Hello and welcome back to another exciting episode of this game. Last we left off, a great many things happened. Sia spoke with a divine angel about saving whatever it is the creatures of the ship are for some unknown mother of hers. And that potential reward being the allowance to give Alvina Conshoten the ability to walk the Materium. A hugely powerful thing, which only gives the question of who has the power to grant gods the ability to walk the Materium. Sia sort of accepted that with some caveats, and that through additional conversations and then finding out stuff, she, along with Finch, were able to sort of save Ezekiel from making what might have been a very grave mistake. Ezekiel had a conversation with the Queen of Cats and some other entity, and sort of thanks to the blessings of Alvina and Conshoten, the realization of what he was being asked for was not exactly what was happening, and that through sort of the maelstrom of magic that was happening in that room, the power of the divine energies and, you know, Finch's eyes seeping into Ezekiel's dream space just gave him a clear mind of what his life was like. And it ended up all being forms of lies. Very unfortunate for him. But he was saved from sort of giving his soul and life away to a prime devil of the nine hells. But alas, he did lose something upon being saved. Finch, able to communicate with at least a shattered fragment of Gok Tengri, encapsulating, at least through one of the more powerful gems, the heart, and speaking to what could only be the emotional echoes of Gok Tengri, who wasn't really up for much communication and more just the ability to languish and cry out in anger about the things that he has done, and questions of what's going on now. But that sort of the expanded knowledge that there are two other vessels out there, each with their own set of gems, who have also awakened their parts of Gok Tengri. And while everyone else was having this 7-day long dream sequence, Wessel, due to the unfortunate curse and corruption of the glaive and Munakata's influence, was turning into a gilded devil. And if not for the intervention of the newly transformed captain of the ship, Raijin and Fujin's sort of clerical intervention, and some handy tools with a hacksaw, Wessel's soul and the ability for him to live was transferred into the Warforged. And now Wessel was once Harrigan, now a person of iron and wood. You guys were knocked out for essentially 7 days. You guys wake up on the end of the 7th day, pretty much, and reacquainted with what is happening on the ship. Unfortunately, like 90% of the crew died. They were given a proper, as best they could, burial rites. They were prayed over, given last words, and then sort of thrown off the ship. Leaving about 10 other people left to man the crew, besides the transformed captain and his little toothy mauled creatures that seemed to revere to him as some sort of father. That Who can work the ship now? Sia can. As long as she expunges into the ship 3 spell slots of any size, the ship will move. At least it'll move at the speeds at which you guys are used to. Otherwise, the ship will just move at a very slow walking pace. What else was there? Conversations just about what might have happened within the dream space. The laminations of sort of Ezekiel losing that lifelong bond that he had, now lie gone. What does he do now? Finch's thoughts and sort of self-reflection as to what his future might hold upon choosing one of 2 doors that would have transformed his very life. And he chose the one that sort of, for better terms, kept him mortal. And once everyone sort of had dinner and sort of been refreshed and sort of the tiring effects of the after dream, everyone, went to bed and had a long rest. And we pick up with everyone waking up at their own variable times. Each person waking up either as a group or individually to Wessel just standing there in the middle of the room, golden glaive in hand, his eyes a dull red in a sort of dormant state.
All right. And we are on our way back to.
You were on your way back to land.
Yes, and we are heading towards.
Just east, as
Isan?
you guys don't know where
Oh,
you
Isan?
are.
Oh, we don't actually know. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So as far as what was being able to work is that you are off the coast, somewhere.
On the west.
On the west coast.
And when we left originally, we left from. Where did we leave from? Fucking.
You guys left from Kaesong.
Yeah, Kaesong, yeah. So we could be. Yeah, don't even, no idea.
Anywhere north of there, out west to sea.
Yeah, guys. So we definitely know we're not south of that.
No, because the original plan was for you guys to head up, fly up the coast, out over sea, and then come back east. Sort of into the now locations of through the domain of the Shattering Sun near Shangxi and Heisen. Somewhere along there, cutting through to Chongjin.
Yeah, cool. All right, sick. All right, well, I will. What do I want to do? Yeah, I will go. I'll find food, so I'll find some breakfast.
Yep.
And I will. I'll find Wessel.
He's in the room.
Yeah, he's still in the room, ready. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I want to have food first in the eatery area,
And then go find him.
and then go find him. Yeah.
No
And I
worries.
just kind of want to talk to him and just see how he is, to be honest. Because left to take charge of the group in a 7-day stint is pretty. Yeah, it's pretty full on. So.
Yeah. No worries. Sia.
I suppose you get breakfast and then to put in this 3 spell slots.
Yep.
After which it would just be a general helping wherever she can at this point. until we know roughly where we are, there isn't much more of a plan than that.
Until Brandon gets here, Finch is gonna stay asleep.
Yeah, cool.
You guys go have breakfast. It's not bad, just rice and steamed vegetables. Ezekiel, Wessel doesn't leave. Wessel's still in his room by the time you get back there.
Yeah, cool.
Still in sort of a standing motionless state. But you sort of feel a bit of vibration, at least emanating from his chest.
Yeah.
It's a sort of movement of him.
Yeah, I just approach him, and I put a hand. No, I don't. I'm not gonna touch him. I'm just gonna, approach him and you go, Whistle. Are you? I must ask. Are you alright?
There is a flash of red in his eyes before it dulls again, and sort of appearing from an ethereal nothingness is the shadowed form of Munakata.
I see that, and I tense.
Eh, Ezekiel, how has it been?
Hello, Mikata. It's it's been a trip. To put it lightly, I was coming to see my friend Wessel, and to see if he is fine. But
We are doing quite well.
could he not speak for himself, Mudkat? I appreciate. I would like to speak to him directly.
He is just in a dormant manner right now, one akin to sleep. I'd say we are not used to this.
I can imagine. If I may ask, Mudakata, what happened? We ran into a man whose name is on my Google Drive, and he seemed to have your glaive in your arm. Did he kill you?
Yes, he did.
How is that possible? I'm sure you could feel it, but there is some form of fear between us.
Fear between us?
Well, as in I fear you possibly.
There's
Kurobashi
not
was
much.
his name.
I know not what his name was, but I got called to suss out, well, criminal activity at a fortress.
Who called you?
The warlord's first son.
Right.
Supposedly, this fortress was undergoing cultish activity, bodily transformations, none of the good things that the warlord wants. So I went there, attempted to deal with it. I was intercepted.
By Kurobashi.
Yes. At first I thought it was you guys. The airship looking the same and all.
Right. Well, we wouldn't approach you with any hostility.
And neither did they. I'm fast. But I don't have eyes at the back of my head.
So he stabbed you in the back, essentially.
Great many times.
When I spoke to Kurobashi, he seemed like a great bounty hunter, some sort of a man who can fight demons and devils and all these crazy things. But to hear that he cowardly got you in the back, that's disgusting, if anything.
People fight the way that they want to, Ezekiel.
Yes. And so you somehow embedded your soul into your arm? Onto the glaive, possibly.
I've had that glaive for a very, very long time.
You lock some magic to pair yourself with it.
Who knows? My memory isn't quite what it used to be.
Well, you did lose your brain, so that's fair enough.
Now I have a new one.
Well, you share.
So it's a bit crowded. That is for sure.
Well, I'm sure Wessel, he seemed to not have any... he seemed like he was pretty still of mind. I'm sure he's got a good brain.
Ours is quite efficient.
Well, that's good. I am glad to hear that, Mudokata. Look, I've been through quite a hurdle in my own personal life last week, maybe even longer. Yes. And so I think it is right for me to get things off my chest. And I just want you to know that I did not mean to give you some cursed coins, if that is what you thought when we last spoke. You could check Wessel's brain if you'd like, but he thought he was playing a trick on me, giving me these coins to give to you, and, well, that was, I don't think his intention was that, but just know that those coins were not mine.
Very well.
Is it? So is that an apology accepted, Mudokata? That's kind of what I'm looking for here.
Time will tell.
Well, I'll take that at least.
Yes, we feel a bit of resentment towards you, Ezekiel.
Well, you shouldn't, though. I understand, but there really was no ill intent on my part. You know, if I could have my time back, I probably wouldn't approach you the first way that we did. The first time that I did approach you, I probably wouldn't have done it that way. I was a little unsure of
You've
myself
done.
in this group. Yeah, I know what I've done, mate. But, you know, I'm just trying to do right.
Oh, now you wish to do right.
No, I've always intended to do right. It was just...
Have you?
Well, in my own mind, of course, yes. In my point of view.
Well, I guess from your point of view, everything would seem right and golden. But from Wessel's point of view, it paints a vastly different picture.
Well, Wessel hasn't known me for a while. He can only take what he sees, and I'm sure what he sees is a bit of violence and a bit of maybe untempered control, but the people
None of these people have known you long, Ezekiel. Shifting through the mind of Wessel, we can see that Finch has not been with you less than a month.
Well, that is true, yes. But you see, I devoted my life to the Queen of Cats, and it seems that in that devotion was manipulation.
As in all things, yes.
Well, would you say that you manipulated people?
I would not be doing my job if I didn't.
Well, okay, that's a fair point. Well, what I mean by that, Mudokata, is do you... Well, alright, well, actually, I've got nothing here. I would say that I felt that I was doing my bidding for the person I pledged my life and my sword to.
And you probably did.
And now they've turned their back on me. So maybe I'm looking for something else to pledge to. Maybe I'm looking for my own...
And you want to pledge to me, is that it?
No,
you feel bad
No.
for my circumstance, and now you want to bend the knee to me, Munakata.
No, that's
the
not...
great and golden.
Yes, you are great and golden. I love golden things, but... no, I feel like if I was to bend my knee to you, I feel like you would probably cut my head off.
I couldn't, even if I wanted to.
Well, if this was a month ago, maybe you would?
Possibly.
Yes, so You know, I'm aligned with Wessel, and that makes me aligned with you. So I would help you if you need. Though I think I am searching for guidance, and maybe, there are some paths to take, and there's some paths I shouldn't take. I'm just trying to figure them out.
Right. Well, I can offer you all the advice of my long, long life, Ezekiel. But it's going to cost you 10 gold.
Wessel has my gold. You see, we did some jobs
Not,
earlier, and
not anymore. Wessel is broke.
well,
We are broke.
I see. Well, I'm sure I could probably look through Finch or Sea's bags and see if they have 10 gold I can give you.
Thievery now.
Well, not stealing.
Ezekiel.
I would ask them, of course. I wouldn't steal, Mudokada. I'm not like some people. What I'm saying
Are you
is,
saying that Wessel is... You look down upon him? Or he has clipped a couple of pockets?
well, that part is very true, but I don't look down upon Wessel. No, he's a friend. He's an ally. He's a comrade. We are aligned, like I said. There's no
Fair.
superior or inferior, but he is known to dip his hands in people's pockets. That's how he got that glaive.
Oh, Wessel nearly gave up his life for this glaive. It wasn't picked from someone's pocket.
No, it was stolen from someone's collection. Who stole it from you, of course.
Of which you gave Wessel the order to do.
Well, you can say order, but I would probably say, well, yes, it was. And again, another thing I feel terribly sorry for, but something that I felt was to ensure our survival against this person.
I guess survive we have in a matter of ways.
We are alive at some point, right? Your soul still breathes. Not physically, but it is still alive still.
Yes.
I can see that I've possibly upset you still, Mudokada. So I think I might do some Shipley duties and leave you to your control of Wessel's body.
Wessel will be free in another 3 hours.
Then I shall come back in 3 hours.
Very well. And you see Munakata just sort of step back into Wessel and then just disappear.
I drop my tense and I go, why? And then I walk away.
No worries. Sia, when you get to the ship to pump it full of spell slots, you feel the ship sort of reach out to you.
I don't decline. I just let it do that.
Ship right. Another day.
Yes, it is.
Do you know my name?
I do not. Not yet. We will find it.
Ah, good. My name has been lost to me. If you could find it, we would be most pleased.
I will try my best. Do you recall anything before being stuck here, where you might have been, or what you were doing?
Not but fragments of memory. Cold and dark. A crevice, a gash. Somewhere deep and wet. Like a festering wound within the earth.
It's a good start.
And then you feel the sort of pull away from whatever it is you speak to within the ship.
Still am not used to that. But beyond that, it's more just tentatively adding the spells, making sure we're still on course, and leaving as fast as possible.
Yeah. As far as you are aware of, you are still heading in the easterly direction in regards to whereabouts over the ocean you are heading from. To what part of the coast you will be arriving at, you don't know. If you would like to know, you'll have to start going through the leftover paperwork.
I can certainly try.
All right. Well, in that case, can you just roll for me an investigation check, please?
$14.
Uh, 14 will allow you to catch an idea that heading east now will lead you directly into the path of the peach tree.
That's kind of in line to Ochian or just south of Ochian.
Either coming through Ochin or Dassa.
Okay. So with that information, I will try to find the others.
All right. Mr. Brandon Finch. Everyone sort of got up to do their own thing. And when you wake up, either they're still asleep or they've already left. But you also just wake up with Wessel just standing there motionless in the room with his eyes are a dull red.
Right. I still don't think I would be used to that. I'm aware of his condition, like him being out of it at the moment.
You are aware that it's hard. You know that he is a Warforged now. You just don't know what that really entails. As far as you're aware of, he is out of it, maybe dormant.
Mm-hmm.
There is a hum and vibration from his chest that's not unlike the rhythmic beating of a heart, but a Warforged manner.
Yep. And he's just he stays in our quarters.
As far as you're aware of, yeah.
Right.
He was walking out and about yesterday when you guys all woke up, and then he wasn't in the room when you guys all went back to sleep, but he is here now.
This is going to be tough. I have an ulcer on the dead center of my tongue. You fucking ulcer. I will. I mean, I'm just going to get up and begin the day. But I kind of want to keep or like help with the Do we? Oh yeah, that's right. Do we still not know? Because last session, we didn't know where we were.
So, as of right now, you don't. But if you wanted to do anything for a brief period, we do that, and then C is essentially going to corral everyone to inform them of to what's going on in regards to where you potentially are and where you're heading.
Oh, C is on the case. In that case, I'm going to head down to the prayer room, and I want to see if I can re-enter that place with Gok Tengri. Like I want, trying to test to see if I can enter or leave at will.
Yeah, you make your way down there. So I'd say when you wake up, Sia and Ezekiel are already gone. And when you leave the room, after just having a gaze at Wessel, the sounds of people having breakfast. And then as sort of you figure out what you want to do as you're leaving, you hear your further around your door open and close again. Can you roll for me a wisdom check, please?
A wisdom check. A raw wisdom. A raw wisdom check is going to be 14.
As you sort of sit in a sort of meditative pose to sort of calm into that ocean where you and Gok Tengri had that sort of one-sided conversation. Either right now or maybe this time is needed, but there is a feeling that something is there. Unsure of if it's the place you're looking for, but you just don't have enough of something to pierce into it.
That's okay. It's like a knowing of okay, it can be done, kind of thing. But if that didn't take too long, I will head to the deck and see if I can use the good old-fashioned eyeballs to see if I can figure out where we are before Sia sort of gathers everyone.
Let's see. I think by the time you finish your meditation and start heading back up, out of everything, I think there is enough time for Sia to intervene. For either, did you want to corral everyone back or just individually find them?
I think we would corral because we'd make the decision of whether we continue east or go north further.
Yeah, all right then. Then you're able to grab Ezekiel just after he leaves the room from talking to Wessel, and you manage to grab Finch on his way up to the top deck.
We will go back to the room because I don't know that Wessel is asleep.
Yep.
And just to ask if he is available. Just in general.
All right. You grab Ezekiel and Wessel, head back into your room. As you do so, there still standing is the sort of statuesque form of Wessel, eyes a dull red and glow. You sort of try to get Wessel's attention, and as you do so, there is a flash of red, like what Ezekiel had seen before, and then sort of apparating in a space next to him is Munakata, who goes, "Yes, do you need Wessel for anything?"
I would like to speak to Wessel, but if he's unavailable, I would appreciate it if you can pass the information on to him.
Very well. You have been naught but polite to us. here. And so, within our minds, we believe that it is only right to be polite to you.
Thank you. And out of character, if I remember correctly, I'm aware that there's actually 3 of them in there, right? Because that's what the captain said.
Yes, you are aware that circulating within Wessel's soul and mind is both Wessel, Mundakata, and the Warforged preceding them.
Okay. Right. Well, from going over the paperwork and the navigation, as far as I can make out, we may be just west of Ochian or Dasa, somewhere along that area. So if we continue east, we'll be essentially heading into the Great Factory City. So kind of need to decide, do we keep going east from here or do we head north like the original plan?
The original plan is not a terrible one.
Or do we really have the resources to be overseas for that long?
I would say we most definitely have the resources. Most of the crew died. We've got months of rations.
Right. What do you think, Finch?
I think that we still need to try and rescue the captain's wife if we can, as fast as possible.
What?
So,
Was that not part of the original plan?
yes. I like the original plan.
Alright. Well, I'll steer the ship north then.
And how goes that, Sia?
It is very creepy, but it's working. Somehow. I don't suppose you know anything about a goddess that can, like, allow the gates to open?
Goddess
The
that would
grandmother
allow...
of these souls that are in the ship.
Now, to the second part of that question, I can say I have no idea. I have no idea what these ship-like creatures are, where they came from. I don't want to know. In regards to a god having the ability to allow gods to pass through the divine gate, there are none.
Hmm.
They were locked behind the divine gate from the war in heaven by the Memorian.
What is the memoir?
I could not tell you.
Either way, that is actually very helpful. But if nobody has any questions or anything else they want to discuss, I'm gonna head back to redirect the ship.
Sounds good.
Unikata bows and then steps back into Wessel's body.
That will never not creep me out.
Alright. See you head back to the shipwright's room.
Yeah, out of character,
Yes.
could I just make it canon that Sia has like a journal that she's kind of been writing? Because the sort of information about the memoriam and about what's happened so far, I would like to have it on her in case she passes.
I mean, I feel like that's something you would do in character. So, yeah. You know, you've got a journal that I'd say you've been writing in ever since you stepped foot inside the labyrinth.
Sounds great, because I would rather say it now than, oh, I had this just as I die.
Yeah, my last dying wish, I give to you this journal that I conveniently have had with every information that I've ever written. Here, take this. No, that's perfectly fine and reasonable, and to me anyway, it makes sense.
Thank you.
Uh, Ezekiel and Finch.
Mhm.
What do you like to do? Just pass the time, whatever.
There you go, Ren.
No. I was just gonna say. Well, I was gonna say something, and then I was like, I was like, oh no, actually, never mind. I think Finch wouldn't do that, so I was gonna keep thinking. So you go.
Yes, I was just going to. Yeah, I'm not sure, dude. I'd probably say if I'm just gonna try and I guess pass time, as part of like a small gestures to repent per se, is just to do some good deeds, mate, with the people that are left.
Yeah.
Talk to them, help them out. I'm kind of biding time till we get to land.
No worries. And Mr. Brandon?
I'm gonna have breakfast.
No worries. Still plenty left. So yeah, back to the shipwright. You do you thrust your mind into the world space of whatever encompasses the ship. You have returned. Yeah.
Yes, I have. Do you recall what the memoriam?
I don't know that word.
That's okay. But of course, if you remember anything, please do let me know. Otherwise, we do have a change of direction if we could head north from here.
North, towards the frozen wastes.
Yes.
Do you have the speed you would like to go?
What sort of speed are we going at currently?
You guys are going like 30 k's an hour.
And theoretically speaking, how long at that speed would it take to get to the change of direction to head east?
How far up the coast of that
Yes.
north do you want to go?
Probably somewhere blurry, I can't read the name. Between Hyasun and
Jiangxi?
Ken? Yes. Somewhere
Alright.
between the two.
You'd get there within 2 days.
2 days. And as far as I am aware, what would kind of be the speed limit before it impacts people being able to move around the ship?
20 more k's.
Then we'll do the 20 more Ks.
So you'd get there in like a day and a third.
Yes.
All right. You convey that towards the ship. We can go at that speed, Sia. I do not require more sustenance.
Thank you.
And then you are sort of jolted out of this world space as the ship sort of picks up speed and starts going.
Alright. Still not used to that, but we'll go back to studying the maps to just make sure everything is correct and try and learn a bit more about how to navigate.
No worries. Mike, can you for me roll a charisma check, please?
Most certainly, mate. Most certainly. Charisma check, was it?
Yeah, can you actually roll me a performance check
As well, or instead?
instead?
Yep.
Your ability to sort of, once it's all done, talk to others around the ship, just in regards to, I feel like people's issues and that sort of arise when you talk to the rest of the crew is that of, sorrow.
Yes.
Some people that they've known for quite some time, some of the crew, or at least the ones that are left, like the amount of dead bodies that they had to drag to the top of the ship to then sort of be there for last rites to then throw them over the edge.
Yeah. I wish I rolled high, because it was an 8.
You feel like you're just not helping. You're not making it worse. You're not making them worse, but you don't feel like you're making any sort of difference.
Yeah. That sucks. I take that on board pretty heavily and kind of realize there's a lot more work to be done to help Ezekiel. Now fight through it. And I get through it, I think. Until I feel like I've done enough. But I definitely know the impact of what I've done is pretty much nothing.
It's people's when they speak about the best friends or maybe even a new lover that they had found on this very short journey, and that the fact that they had to clean up where they had died, people's depending on where people were in the ship when the ship sort of had that sudden stop. There were pieces of bone, broken arms. You hear stories of at least down there in the storage room, some of the boxes had come off, and the weight of some of them had just not only crushed people's bodies but also severed limbs. It was just rough. And it sort of gives you an uneasy feeling that when people say like, "Oh, what sort of has helped me," it comes up that the light of from Raijin and Fujin and sort of the hope that they sort of bring is what sort of helped them through. That's a racist dog. Why is he throwing up the Hail Hitler for? What the hell?
He's just stretching. Ready, put it down.
But for what going back in regards to who you've spoken to, or in regards to like the Queen of Cats and all that, in regards to her worship and how worshipping her gives hopes to people. And it's like, man, that shit isn't really a lie, but fuck, that isn't for me. And it's like the things that should have been helping me, I can't help others with.
Yeah. It's fucked, man. It's helped me not. It's not helping me see a light because there's no light to be seen, but like, it probably, if anything, it's probably further fucked me up in the sense of like, my shit was for nothing but purely to forward the progression of a fucking goddess that does not care for its people, just fucking uses them. We'll use them until they're gone.
And I'd say that for the most part, just doing your best to take your time with each person individually, at least those that would accept it, takes up most of the day. You stop for lunch when lunch is brought around, and lunch, at least for the group and is very more personal. With so little people there, everyone else is smaller. I'd say so. That takes up most of your day into the afternoon.
Yeah, cool.
Finch, what were we doing after breakfast, my friend?
I don't know. Most of the things that I was passively working on, I either don't need to anymore or are finished. So I think I'd honestly probably just take this time to relax, which is something that I don't think Finch has done in a good long while.
In a very long time.
Yeah.
I think he would spend most of the time, if we're up to lunch, just like hanging out with the remaining crew, getting to know a few people. If they're busy, I ask if they need help. If they don't need help, I go look for someone else who either isn't busy or might need help. Kind of just doing what I would have been doing had that day in Chengdu not happened.
Yeah. And that's a very fine. After breakfast, you sort of help out with the crew, and and they're thankful for you lending a hand to help. Now that the crew is so much smaller, the sort of passive work that has to be done on the ship is much greater. So there's no short of a hand being needed. Every now and then you'll see Ezekiel, talk and stop to the crew member. You'll overhear their conversations about, what has transpired over the last 7 days. And just hearing their sort of anguish as to what's happened, but you very much feel their at least their pull towards worship to Alvina Kashotan, and the sense that the crew that are left are very much believers. The person you don't see, or at least very rarely, throughout the sort of pre-lunch, after lunch into the afternoon, is that human guy who mainly sticks upon the top of the deck, and Wessel, who sort of skirts about the ship, never really stopping, small chats with various members of the crew, but otherwise, at least towards you three, keeps a small form of distance. And you find out that the only real person that he talks to is the human on the deck.
Work mode reactivated.
Yeah.
What does he do on the deck all day?
From best that you're able to either find from passive conversation with crew members, or if you wanted to sort of investigate what he was doing throughout today, is that he's up there talking to the crew. Believe very creepily these demons that Raijin and Fusion are able to clarify is true, that these toothy-mauled creatures are in fact demons, and they refer to this human as their father. So the crew are very, creeped out, weirded by it. Raijin and Fusion are constantly not on edge, but very much at arm's length in regards to that. Sure, this human guy helped with cleaning up the ship and moving the bodies and saving Wessel's life, but they don't trust him. He seems to be up on the ship, just living a strange parental life up top, speaking in tongues to his little creatures, sons, children. He does a ritual every now and then. Nobody knows what it is or what it does. But there is never any sign of aggression or untoward.
And Wessel talks to this guy.
Yeah. You've able to find out that when Wessel goes up to talk to this man, it's lengthy conversations about topics that are foreign to the group. And sometimes, at least some of the crew that when they work on the deck, they overhear Wessel speak in neither goblinoid or common, but a form of tongues of his own. But it's not in, at least, Wessel's voice that they can make out.
Does he do anything? Like, does he leave the deck?
He does 3 times a day to come down and eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
So he even sleeps up there.
Yeah, if they believe he does sleep up there, because the crew don't venture up after dark unless it's needed to. But apart from that, no one really knows.
Mm-hmm. Can anyone see the mod things, or was that not what was meant by they are real?
Wait, the what?
The toothy mod things, the suns that are running around.
No, they are real. They're physical creatures that have been confirmed by Raijin Fusion to be demons.
Oh, they were confirmed to be demons, right? Not confirmed to be real. Okay. Did I try to talk to this guy last time? I feel like I tried to talk to him last time.
You did. And it was a very sort of brief conversation.
Hmm.
The person he actually spoke the most to was Sia.
All right. Well, I might just kind of passively keep an eye on him for a little bit, maybe for a day or so, before
Yep.
I then try and approach him. I just want to know what he does, I guess. Not in a suspicious way, but generally just like, I want to know
Curious.
you a little bit before I approach you.
No worries. And then we go to Sia. What are you up to for the sort of rest of the day now that you've moved the ship? Miss Abeck? Are you muted?
I very much was.
Very good.
She's just gonna take some time to meditate, try to speak to Alvina, not for any particular information or anything, but just as a, how are you doing? Is everything okay? Following up on considering the whole dream sequence, and also I have an idea for the name.
Well, could you give me a religion check, please?
We shall. Gotta remember everything attached to. Now, when I'm allowed to roll a dice to add to a religion check, am I allowed to know whether or not it passes before I roll that dice?
Just that when you go to roll a religion check, you can spend a sorcerer point to
Okay.
increase by 1d4.
I,
You are incentivized to always do that, to
Yeah.
probably get that chance to get that sorcerer point back, but it's up to you.
I will be, because my religion otherwise is terrible. It's a total of 17.
All right. You beat it by 2. So you get that sorcerer point back.
Sweet.
And you sort of hook into that symbol within your chest. And then you feel at least the mental connection to Elvina attach. Ah, see ya. How are you?
But I'm okay considering everything that's happened.
Yes, well. We continue to push onwards, ever hopeful that the next day is as bright as the last.
Right. Well, mostly just here to talk. I guess
Well,
kind of help clear my mind a bit.
that is what I am here for. God knows I've been a little bit bored lately. My personal activities are done or completed, and I'm just searching for some new goals to do in this little wonder garden of ours.
Well, to start off with, I have an idea for a name.
Ooh, pray tell.
How about Ningjin? I might not be pronouncing that character correctly. Uh, why does my computer hate me so? There we go.
What are we
It's
looking
a
at?
Chinese word.
Ah, Ding Jing. Why, I love it, but must be patient with me. What did we need the name for? Sorry?
Well, you mentioned that you wanted to rename this place from being just called the Labyrinth, because it's not really so much a labyrinth anymore.
You're right. Thank you. I sort of said that to you and then sort of put it to the back of my mind while I was dilly-dallying in the gardens, but I like it. We will keep it.
I'm glad you like it. Are you feeling okay?
I am as right as the rays of the sun. See ya. I am feeling well. Kishoten is in a marvelous mood as of late. She says that things are coming along quite nicely. I dare not push in regards to what these things might be, but if she is in a good mood, all is well.
Out of character, is she still being her normal self? I feel like she's more chatty than this usually.
Who, Alvina?
Yes.
Uh, you feel like there is something weighing on her.
Okay.
It's just
Well, not.
a
Yeah.
natural instinct that you have with your ties to Alvina that she's not lying or anything, but you just know that there is something off.
I suppose, again, not good with words, but in the same way she did for the captain, she wants to try and gently, you know, tell me when you're ready to, but also can you tell me? Without being, like, too offensive or too pushy.
Can you roll me a persuasion check, please?
Do I still get advantage considering Alvina gave me this lesson?
Sorry?
The advantage on all charisma checks that she gave me?
Yeah.
Do I get that still considering I'm using it with her?
Oh, you most definitely do.
Right. $28.
Well, see, some of the flowers that I have been getting in my garden have been, well, not flowers, they've been weeds. I've been getting weeds in my garden. See ya. Alvina says that I am making a bigger deal out of this than what needs to be, but since your arrival in the Materium, I have not but received flowers. I received quite a few not long ago. Marvelously beautiful things, but I am getting fields of weeds. When I attempt to pull them out of the garden, I feel sick, like there is something wrong, corrupted to their attachment.
Right. Well, but out of character, she's not taking saying thinking of words. Sorry.
That's fine. She goes, I can feel inherently, instinctively, Sia, when you or those that you have helped, convert. Sometimes I feel like that is such the wrong word. It feels very insidious. I don't know why. I just feel like it does. But when those who worship us and truly believe in us, I feel it and I can see it because certain flowers will grow. And then, unfortunately, when these individuals pass, they pass to me. And though it is tragic that their lives have passed, the flowers that bloom in their place are beautiful things. I have a suspicion that these weeds are the exact opposite, that I am getting these weeds because they are being done in my name.
Yeah, I can imagine how uncomfortable that would be.
I am unable to see or figure out why, but there is something happening on the Materium for certain. I'm certain of it. My name is being used in prayed for or being used or a conduit for evil things.
May
Have
have
you
some
heard from Arclight? Last I heard, he was something in regards to a mountain expedition.
When did these flowers start popping up?
Oh, not long ago, I'd say. At least for me, it feels like not long ago. We don't really have a day-night here.
Were they there when we last talked?
That feels like yesterday, if I feel you right. No, they were appearing before that. During that period of quiet where I could not hear your voice, they started to appear.
I have a theory of what is happening, but I don't like saying theories loud. I need to do more research into this.
By all means, if you can help me find a solution to this problem, I would be most grateful.
Of course. And kind of just gently redirect to other things, like not so much make it jarring to change the subject, but doing so to try and help lighten the mood and help her feel better.
Yeah, no, perfectly fine. You have the strangely motherly instinct to do so. And you're able to happily change subject. Because you start to, over the course of the conversation, your mind expands past what is just sort of a blank void and a verbal connection to where you can start to really see the sort of palace that is in this realm of flowers that Elvina and Kashotan have made their realm. You start to see the roving hills of emerging and budding flowers that pertain within it. And then sort of as you are able to move the conversation sort of away into other benign small talk lights, you see off into the distance of some of those hills a very dark and disturbing shadow that sort of feels like it's creeping, tainting and corrupting the flowers around it.
Does that give the same sort of feeling as the void things that were found here before?
Uh,
I suppose it's more of like an inquiry about the vibe.
no, it definitely does not give off void. It very much just looking at it and seeing it's like a form of corruption, of a rot.
Uh, if there's nothing further like important to discuss, then it would just be general discussion with Alvina, like essentially just saying hello and then leaving when all is said and done.
Yeah, a bit more small talk. Yeah, you sort of kept up to date of like the small things. The Jade Dragon guards are doing well. Um, uh, and really that's sort of about it. And then she gives you a sort of thankful goodbye, and you're back sort of in your body again.
Okay, and immediately I'm gonna go look for Evander.
All right. Um, you don't find Evander.
When did I last see?
The last time you saw Evander was over a week ago.
So theoretically, he could have been one of the ones that died, and may have just been.
That thought crosses your mind, but with Evander sort of already being the undead, uh, probably not plausible.
What was the last job I gave him?
Now that is something I don't remember.
Also, that would have been pre-wish. Might not be the same thing. It's hard to say.
Does he still exist in my mind after the wish?
Can you roll me a history check, please?
18.
All right. In this new universe, in regards to Evander, everything is as the same as it was. You do remember that the last thing you had asked him to do, except the question is different, but the last thing you asked him to do before sort of everything went down on the ship was that he was to keep an eye upon the captain in regards to any sort of insidious ritual means. Unfortunately, a ritual did happen. that whole thing happened, and you were sort of preoccupied with the intermediate things, getting the ship not from crashing into the ocean, and then like everyone was out for a week, and then sort of on the new day, get the ship to move again. But post dream tiredness kicks in. The what is Evander doing isn't really at the forefront of your immediate mind. But as far as you're aware, he should still be on the ship. Conversations that you've had with the crew, Raijin and Fujin, would indicate that he wasn't thrown overboard. But 2 days ago, you are told in that what happened 2 days ago was that Evander and the human had a very loud conversation in the bows of the ship. They would say probably very argumentative, and that sort of when Raijin and Fujin tried to see what was going on, Wessel forbade them from entering the room.
Alright. Then I'm gonna go find what is left of the captain. Really should have written his name down or something.
All right. You head to the top of the deck. I'd say by this point we're into the afternoon now. Things have just taken time. And as you enter the top of the deck, you'll pass by some of the crew who give you a hello and praise be unto Alvina. And then stepping out onto the deck, sort of, they feel the wind of the ship going at sort of at a fast speed. You see over towards at the sort of the point of the deck. You see Wessel and the human in that conversation, and like 7 of these sort of mouthy demons are all just slapping each other and then laughing about it.
Right. I hope I'm not interrupting anything with you too.
Wessel goes, "No, nothing at all. In fact, our conversation had just transpired. Finished. I will leave you to do it." And he walks away, but you've noticed that while he walks, there is a small limp in his step.
In Wessel?
Yeah.
I'm gonna... If I...
Yes.
I might be remembering things wrong, but didn't the Warforge also have a limp? The old Warforge?
The Warforged did have a limp, but that was only after the events of that party had finished.
Then I'll just make a note to ask him about it later. Probably
No
before we
worries.
actually go to sleep.
The human looks at you, turns to you, and sort of he snaps his fingers, and his little demonic kids move off and play fight somewhere else on the deck. And he goes, "So, how can I help you, Seer? What it is that you require? I can see that you have an inquisitive look upon your face."
I'd like to start off with, what do I call you?
You can call me whatever you'd like. You can still call me Rikoshi.
I'd rather not call you Rikoshi since you've admitted to be his father-in-law.
But it is still vaguely his body. In a way, it would still be true. But I'm sure I could access a name or two with which you can call me. I guess for now you can just call me. Oh, what was it? What was a good one I used in my youth? You see me just counting names on his hand. Um, you can call me Theandrius.
Theandrius.
Yes.
How do I spell that?
However you like, as long as it's pronounced Theandrius, should be good.
Sounds good. Okay. Uh, well, from what I have been told, you had an argument with Evander. Do you know?
Yes, I did have an argument. Not so much with Evander. You know Evander can't talk. But I had a very stern talking to an old friend of mine who is still around and kicking. Last I had heard while I was deep within the bowels of the bones, I had heard he had died.
Are you talking about Arclight?
Yes! An old friend of mine.
And do you know where he is right now?
Well, he's in the mountains, as of. Should be right now where he's staying.
What about Evander?
He is somewhere on this ship skulking away. Our argument caused Evander a great deal of strain. I threatened to kill him.
And of course, this is more out of curiosity. You're not required to answer, but what was your argument?
You see that Arclight has done a great many evil things within his life. And, well, to see a pawn of his on this ship brought a great deal of anguish to myself. I had a conversation with this ghoulish creature. Arclight appeared from his visage, and there is where I made the connection. It seems like our friend Evander is more than just an undead puppet for Arclight's strings, but he is also a... Tell me, what do you know of liches and how they perceive to live?
Do I know?
I would say you have some knowledge of liches.
I believe they have an object they
Yes.
keep their soul within.
Yes, exactly. See, a phylactery is what it's called, or what we call it in the circles. Our Vandy is a phylactery for Arclight. In fact, it's its only phylactery for Arclight. It seems that wherever he was sent to and then brought back from, a great many weights were placed upon him, and those weights included the fact that he could not create more phylacteries, with our friend Evander being the only one. And I was able to deduce that if Evander were to die, not only would his last phylactery go, but Arclight would die as well. It seems that when Arclight has returned to this material world, it was not of a passive nature, it was thrust upon it. I've yet to figure out who gave him such a push.
Right. Oh, this raises so many questions. Regardless, that is very helpful. If you do see him again, of course, please just let him know that I am looking for him.
I will see. If I see Evander again, I will inform him that you are after his interests. Say, you wouldn't know exactly what Arclight is doing in the mountains, would you?
I just make theories at this point in time, but I doubt he would actually confirm any of them.
But it would not be bad to speculate.
I feel like it might be an invasion.
An invasion?
A religious invasion, I should say. Like a crusade.
Well, if he is doing such a thing, he would also have ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would start at not the mountains, but he would start at a place more closer to a materialistic home base. You know, from what I can gather from Raijin and Fusion, is that to the south, in the city of Kohaido, there is still a worship of something within their nature. Why would he not start there and move outwards? There is something else within the mountains that he is after.
And unfortunately, this is not my home. I know nothing of the mountains.
Well, do we know anybody that lives in the mountains?
The others do. Okay. That's another thing that's gonna be a pin in it until tonight when everybody's getting ready for bed. To follow up with Wessel to make sure he's not injured physically in a way that a Warforged can be injured. And then otherwise I'm gonna have to tell the others what my theory is about Arcolite.
He sort of sees you sort of pondering and thinking, and he goes, well, I will leave you to it. I have some ritualistic business to attend to. See ya. So, by all means, continue about your day.
Thank you.
And with that, he sort of snaps his fingers again, and all these little things, little demons come up to him. Father! Father! And they come up and start like grabbing onto his leg. He's just patting them.
I
At
hope
that point,
Sun
it's just-
didn't die in this universe.
Unfortunately, Sun did die in this universe.
Who?
Damn it.
The character from a previous short-lived campaign.
At this point, it's just more contemplation and then dinner and then meeting with the others tonight.
Yeah. Unless anybody else wants to do anything throughout the night before Sia corrals everybody. Everyone starts to wind down. Dinner gets served. Raijin and Fusion do a sermon over dinner. It's smoked variety meats with steamed vegetables with sides of white rice.
Excellent. It's excellent.
All right, Sia, you were in charge of the corralling. Corral away.
Corral is such a weird word. I'm just waiting for people to go to bed so I can talk to them. Either ways, she'll go to Wessel first and just ask if he's... Of course, mentally, he's probably in pain, and an apology that she couldn't help him. But physically, is he injured? Are you okay? Because I saw you limping earlier.
Yeah, you sort of come up to him, and he's got a bowl of food in his hand, and the way he's looking at it, during the procedure for transferring him over to the new body to keep him alive, they cut off a lot of his facial features to sort of reattach to his new body to sort of keep a sense of familiarity. So through his fleshy, face and nose, and there's just a look of like despair as he sort of moves and shakes the bowl around a little bit. See ya. I am doing okay. Still getting used to this body.
Sure, it won't be easy.
No, sometimes it feels like I want to go left and I get the pull to go right. It's but the strangest things of all is just I don't need to eat. I don't really feel hungry. It tastes like nothing.
Suppose with a mechanical body, there isn't really a sort of taste bud equivalent. Maybe it's something we could look into.
I believe we can. He goes, I still find myself trying to breathe, forgetting that I don't even have lungs. And he knocks on his, and you hear the sort of like hard knocking on iron and wood. Still got my old heart though. I need that. Sort of some of the only things I've got left from my old self.
Physically or not, you're always going to be Wessel. Even if there's more of you in there than just Wessel, you're still Wessel.
Thank you. See ya. I might not be able to jump as far or hear things as good, but I feel like at least I am still here. And then he sort of like, with his left arm, he sort of moves his cloak up a bit and just sort of like passively rubs as if a sore on his right arm, which is not but just golden bone.
And, well, at that point, it's just small talk again until others get there.
Yeah.
And at which point, C is going to explain what has been discussed so far and the theory that Arclight might be crusading through the mountains towards Dante's character in the name of Elvina and Kishoten. A theory that is not confirmed, but that is what I think might be happening right now.
Well, I guess we're on the way.
I'm sure your friend is more than capable of looking after himself, but still, it is a concern.
Well, I think he probably would be, but it's still good to make sure everything's okay. Maybe we could go get Arclight.
Unfortunately, without talking to him, I don't know where exactly he is.
When he mentions getting Arc-like, Sia, you remember that due to the restrictions placed upon him by Kishoten, that you have the ability to pull him into Evander's body to communicate with him.
I will share that as well, and it's just a matter of finding where the hell Evander is gone.
I can help with that. I mean, if you need someone found, always think of your friend Finch.
Need a quote in it. Finch, P.I.
Yeah, well, hopefully it goes better than the last set of PIs that we were having in this bloody Discord. Killed in a fucking state. A raid by the state.
After a failed attempt to rob a bank.
No, it was a successful attempt. It just we didn't get away with it. I will use the eyes.
Yep.
to locate Evander. Present.
Present. All right. Good.
Present.
Yeah. As what always happens, your eyes, your vision goes, and then sort of you feel like you are exiting your body, and then sort of it just sinks through the ship until it reaches the ship's hull where the storage area is. And there you see a large coiled up white snake affected with necrosis that's sort of coiled up underneath a bunch of boxes.
Do I see anything else? Or is it just he is here and he has necrosis?
Roll a perception check for me.
I can do that as soon as this moisturizer decides to allow me to pick up my dice. You know what? I'm just going to pick it up with my wrists. 20! No, it wasn't a 20. That was me still trying to pick it up. Oh, fuck yeah. I pulled an Evan. I rolled it all the fucking way off the... Okay, I'm rolling it with my foot. If that is important information for everyone. It is in my toes. Oh, okay, here we go. And drop. Ah! That was a natural 1.
For a total of?
A perception check. Oh, actually, no. The lowest I can roll is 19. If we're going to go with that, that's the lowest I can roll because anything under a 7 is treated as an 8.
And then, how do we get to 19 again? What's the?
Oh wait, is it plus? Wait, is it plus 11 or is it plus 12 perception that I have? Because otherwise, that's a fucking dirty 20. The lowest I can roll is a dirty 20. What? Ubisoft? What? Why is Ubisoft here?
Either way, what you do see in something that you haven't seen before is Evander in his passive snake-like state, in a regenerative form, and that the necrosis that is sort of taking a hold of him and then sort of healing to give him a sort of very undead snake-like look, because he is undead. But that when a part of him, I want to say necroses or necrosi, near to where his snake heart would be, you see a obsidian crystal carved in runes that sort of where the sort of inline jags of the runes are carved into it, they look like they bleed green, which are then absorbed sort of into the skin before the necrosis on that area sort of heals.
Right. Well, he seems to be quite hurt, and he is currently hiding near the engine.
Okay, that's good to know.
So he's still on board.
Should I bother looking for him now or tomorrow?
He's currently healing, but if you went and spoke to him now, I bet he would still be there. If you needed to talk to him tomorrow, you would need to ask me tomorrow.
That's a good point. Well, if nobody else has any updates, I'm gonna go look for him.
Alright.
While Sia goes to look for our good friend Evander, what is everybody else wanting to do?
When she leaves the room, I'm going to use the eyes again.
Yep.
On Arclight.
All right. I'll put a pin in that, and then we'll go to Ezekiel.
Yep. I will roll my Constitution save for the damage. Oh! Dice do not like being touched by Mugu.
I'd like to try. I'd like to retry speaking to Wessel.
Let's see. I think we'll do. Everything's happening at once. We'll do the Wessel one first.
Alright.
You see Sia walks out the door. Finch goes into his, vision mode without telling anybody. And you see just Wessel standing there, glaive in hand. And you notice that just standing there sort of motionless, just watching you three. And then you keep hearing this, like, steel sliding sound. And when you take notice of that and look where it's coming from, you see that in Wessel's left hand, he keeps flicking his wrists backwards and forwards. And when he flicks it forwards, you see a blade come out. And then he flicks it back and the blade goes back in. And he's just flicking it in and out, in and out.
Approach, looking at that and go, "Are you alright, Wessel?"
Ezekiel, I'm doing great.
You're doing great.
Yeah, I'm doing well.
You don't have to lie to me, friend. Surely you're not doing great after all this. I know you're a positive soul, but I get that positive.
I'm still alive. Still, at least not fully, a trapped soul for the 9 hells, which I would have been.
And we would have been not here as well, if it wasn't for you, so thank you for that. I was wondering, it's a weird thing to ask, but when I spoke to you this morning, I was speaking to Mudukata. Do you guys have, like, schedules for the body and the main person to speak to? Because I wouldn't... Now that I know that you're alright, I wouldn't mind speaking to him for a quick moment.
Sure. And then you see him, like, tense, or, like, try to tense his right arm.
Yeah.
And it's hard to, like, you see, like, the shoulder bit, like, tense a little bit. And then you normally see, like, the arm tense. You know what that looks like, but there's just nothing there. The bone doesn't move. There's no change. And then you see stepping out to the side of him is Munakata. But Wessel doesn't change. His eyes don't go dull. He goes, "Well, he's there. Speak to him if you want."
Mudukata, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Earlier, you had obviously jumped early in my conversation where I was meaning about, serving you, bending the knee. I don't intend to do that, but if I was to be a paladin for you, what would that entail?
Ezekiel, look. It's not going to work.
Right. Hey, that's all I needed to hear.
We just don't think you could serve us.
That's, you don't know that particularly, but I guess if anyone was to have an assumption, it would be fair to have that assumption. Not a worry.
Your destiny isn't with us.
Right. Now,
In fact, you should be talking to Sia. Or Finch.
possibly a Finch, I guess. I can talk to Sia. At a game, is his voice different?
It is.
Because he's gone through the other two?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
The voices, there are tints. You feel like underneath there's Wessel, or underneath there's Munakata.
Yes, okay.
Or underneath was the Warforged before.
Yeah.
But it all just jambles and mixes and...
Right, cool. Because I didn't have that earlier, so I wasn't sure if that was just something in particular that's different, I guess. Cool. I go, yep, no worries, back away. I give one little shoulder tap to Wessel. I say, I'm glad you're doing okay. And then I walk away.
As you sort of give him that shoulder tap, he puts a brief hand on your shoulder, and Russell goes, "No, you really should be thanking Sia."
For by the time I do that, and I go try and see her.
Yeah. Mr. Finch.
Mm-hmm.
Eyes go black.
I took 5 psychic damage.
5 psychic damage. Little bit stings a little bit. And you're jettisoned out and far and over Arcosis, high above the clouds, but still shining above it is the peach tree, bright and alive, reaching over and finally within the mountains, and a vision just goes through the mountains, through rock. You hear the sounds of combat and fighting. There is so much confusion as to what's going on, and then it just jumps, and then you are standing, or at least feel like you're standing, in this sort of tent. Inside this tent is a number of individuals, all dressed in fur black gear. You see Arclight hovering there in his old silver-haired elvish form. Well, Gormor, how goes it? Have we found the location of the skull yet? We need it. Quick! This purple buff, but like old tiefling is just nonchalantly just like flicking his wrist, and every time he does so, a different weapon appears in his hand. He just shrugs and nods, and then points to a picture, or points to a location on this map, detailing the layout of the city of Roma. And where he points, it's not anywhere that the map deems accessible. Arclight turns to one of the other figures in there. They're all sort of wearing masks. They cover nothing but their eyes, but you can see that they are all like Evandy. They are dead.
Is Gormor like that?
No, Gormor. This Gormor tiefling fellow looks alive and, well, covered in scars, absolutely covered. But he is not like the undead compatriots in this tent of his. Arclight goes, "If we can, we must corner the consoles at the skull. Wherever that might be, this map is useless to us. The only worthwhile thing that we got from that cursed town of Arminium is the souls within it. Praise be unto Kashotan. I'll give him one thing. He knows how to defend a city. But we'll find it in due time." And that's where your vision ends.
Now, listen, before that, if you were to tell me, Arclight versus Darnzok, you know, who wins? I'm like, yeah, I reckon Darnzok will be fine. But Arclight and Gormor versus Darnzok, man.
Yeah, he's fine.
Gormor is like the queen piece on the chessboard. It's like, oh shit, you moved to the queen? Uh-oh.
What have you got planned, bro? What are you seeing that I can't see?
What is about to happen? Because it could be anything, because that bitch could move as far as she wants in any direction.
Yeah.
Fucking Gormor. Oh no. I wish I could have Finch ponder this, but he doesn't know who Gormor is. Okay. Well, something about a skull. And it's at the city of Roma. And unfortunately, it sounds like there is a lich murdering a bunch of people in the name of Kashotan.
Sia,
Yes.
you head down into the bottom of the ship where the storage hold is, and just search for a little bit until you find what appears to be a bunch of boxes that are not sort of naturally put away. Moving one aside, you see the coiled snake form of Evander. Except this time it is not really covered in necrosis. He is sort of just a palely, deathly white.
This is where you've been hiding. She kind of just sits down next to him.
He does not move. He does not stir. But strangely, you see the snake breathing. Which is strange, only in the fact that you've never seen Evander breathe.
I know you're undead, but I really wish I had a character I'm saying this. I really wish it was easier to talk to him. Like, if I was to call Arcolite, is it gonna hurt him? I don't know.
You don't know if it hurts him, but you have done it before.
And I'm just gonna straight off Evander. If I was to call Arcolite forward, does it hurt you? Are you even capable of feeling pain?
The snake's head comes up out of its coil, sort of recognizes your just presence. Uncoil slithers out into the center of the room where he reforms back into Evander, grabs the sort of the blackboardy stencil that he has, and just writes on it, "I can't feel pain."
That's a relief. Well, if he's available, I would like to speak to Arcolite. And just kind of in the same way, she's saying it politely, but she will pull him.
All right. There is a change, Finch.
Mm-hmm.
In your vision, before it ends, you see Arclight contort and twist and sort of look like he's having a floating epileptic fit before his body stiffens. And you hear echoing from Arclight like a strange command to be seen before your vision ends. Sia, you see Evander sort of shake a little bit before his face contorts into Arclight's. He goes, Sia, what is it that you called for me for?
Where are you right now?
I am in the mountains, the imperial peaks of Tengri.
Where in the map?
I am south, near Hoji Fortress.
And where
you
is
know
your...
that to be a lie.
Uh-huh. And what direction is your goal from here?
My goal is to assail the mountains, and spread worship of Kashotan and Alvina, as is my task, set upon me by the gods we worship.
So murdering people in the name of the gods. That's what you've been asked to do?
I've done no such things here. I have laid not one finger on another soul.
That
And
doesn't mean you don't have
know
other
it's gonna be
people to do
true.
your work.
What others do is their own violation. I have no power over others.
Words are power, and you know that.
You see, he has a very hard time to try and hide a smirk. Yes, we both know, Sia, that words are power. You yourself are a herald, spreader of worship for Elvina and Conshoten. The swayer of minds, of heart and soul. I only wish to emulate the power that you have yourself. Is it not for our best interests that Elvina and Conshoten are worshipped far and wide? And we start on the edge, and we work our way in.
Then I want you to tell me honestly. The plans that you have and the steps that you are taking to get those plans. Was that what was asked?
I need you to make a persuasion check, please.
27.
Fuck! Well,
Advantage +9.
right. First step was to contact the towns of Bellum, where we conversed with the locals, where the effort was made to extend a hand of worship towards Alvina Kashotan, and they agreed. Our next step was to work our way north. I have heard that the people there are more accommodating to foreign worship, and Alvina and Kashotan, in the grand scheme of things, Sia, are foreign deities in this land. They may be daughters of the great Goktengri, but to the people of this nation, they might as well be strangers from across the sea. And what better place to start than Roma, a city that is filled with other pantheons and deities and people more accommodating to the difference. A friendly neighbor. And the plan and the task is to talk to these people and ask them, hey, why not worship Alvina and Kashotan? Hope and forgiveness for all.
Then why are they dying?
That I have no idea.
And out of character, did he tell me about the skull the last time we talked? I feel like that's come up before.
No. He has not told you about the skull. He has told you as little as possible.
And kind of in the same way that she's trying to persuade him, is this the only reason you're there?
See, my task, my main and only task given to me, so that I could return. Part of why I'm able to be on the material plane is to spread Kashotan's words. Anything else is nothing. Nothing. As long as those that live and dwell within this world pray and are a part of our deity's holy embrace, warmth and glow of the sun shall reach all. Now, if people die, Sia, it is only by their own hands. We come in peace, surely. What is there to be gained by strong-arming or, indeed, killing those indiscriminately? Murders, that certainly does not help our cause. For a dead person cannot worship, for the dead do not have souls. I say, if there is to be killing, Sia, it is only in those of self-defense. For are we not entitled to defend ourselves? Of the flock that grows, should the shepherd not care for his sheep? By any means necessary.
You speak a lot of bullshit.
But I speak true bullshit. Would you not do the same for your own flock? Raijin and Fujin. What wouldn't you do, Sia, to protect them?
I wouldn't murder in cold blood. And
But
I
it
wouldn't...
wouldn't be in cold blood. Like I have not murdered in cold blood.
Oh yeah, you haven't murdered in cold blood.
It would be uncomely for me to murder. Sia, cold blood, warm-blooded or otherwise.
I'm done talking with you. Then at which point, does she have the option just to throw him back, essentially?
Before we finish, Sia, I only ask that you just give me, not your word, but just the permission to do right by Alvina and Kashotan.
Not right now. I need more information, and I need to speak to Kishot.
Very well. Do I have my leave?
You may go.
And then you see it quickly contorts back to Evander's zombified face.
How do you put up with them?
He just goes, I don't.
Then, well, do you need anything for your recovery at all?
Good.
I'll leave you to it. And if the captain tells you that you need to see me, I was just talking to him this morning while I was looking for you, so that's all been settled. And with that, she'll leave.
All right. Well, that is what we have done pre-bedtime, unless anyone else wanted to do anything else. Post-talk with Wessel, post-vision look, post-talk with Mr. Arclight.
I guess I will. I did not want to tell. Ugh. I did not want to tell her before her talk with Thingo, but if I see her afterwards, I will tell her about the skull.
Yep.
I will tell her about the very likely possibility that a city was sacked. Not a city, one of the towns in Roma got sacked, and all of the people were killed. Possibly. Not confirmed. Could have been a very poor choice of words.
Hey, we gotta give Arclight the benefit of the doubt here.
He's a pretty good guy.
And that it is very likely that they are going to, or are currently sieging Roma. With the help of a very scary-looking tiefling man.
Oh, shit.
Quick question.
Yes.
I am aware that things have changed. I am aware that this is a different universe. Or that not actually, that's probably the wrong way to look at it. I am aware that there was a previous different universe. I am still Finch from this universe, but I'm aware that there was a previous one. I'm aware of the things that happened in that previous universe.
Yeah, to an extent of like what you can remember from a dream, to the best of your ability.
Yeah. So my question is, do I know the exact the very specifics of what changed this universe? Do I know the who, the what, the where, and the why? Or do I know a couple of those?
In regards to like the exact reason there was a shift, or
am I aware of the card? Am I aware there was a wish? Am I aware what that wish was? Am I aware of who that wish was made by?
Yes. So that all still happened.
It all still happened, but do I remember it?
Yeah. It's in a way, it's like that all happened, but it's a case of as if nothing happened at all. Ezekiel still did the wish. Still sort of like, it wasn't really a wish, it was something greater than a wish. And in a case of like where it just caused a shift, universal shift, except for you, and this, you physically, it's a case of, oh, Ezekiel pulled this card. He didn't really say what that card might have done, but you are aware that he did do it. Something did happen, but to you personally, nothing happened at all. Like he drew a blank.
Yeah, it's more so just like that part of my memory is kind of spotty. Like something happened, but I don't know. It's like when you wake up from a dream and you kind of only remember the last couple minutes of it. You don't really remember. You know things happened, but you can only kind of remember like bits and pieces of the very tail end of it.
Yeah, I would. It's very Willy Wonky, just due to the nature of what you are and what you have on you.
I more so just want to know how much of Ezekiel's involvement I am aware of, because I didn't even if the change had never happened, I have no idea what card he drew. I don't even remember if I saw him draw a card.
No, he drew the card by accident while the ship was falling, and he was the only one in the room besides Wessel.
Yeah, okay, so I wouldn't even have known that he had drawn that card. But upon keeping these memories as we move into this new history, I would be aware of a missing character in our story. That is a pretty big omission from these two separate histories. There is a missing person. And I'm only asking now because it will probably affect stuff after we get to I can't remember where we're trying to get to. I always get it confused with Chengdu. It's not Chengdu, but it's like vaguely. Yeah.
Who do you think is missing?
Well, he wasn't with us for very long, but he was with us enough to the point where I would notice that Oza is absent for much of our journey, compared to these memories of this alternate history where, I remember Oza, and now being aware that there was a change that happened, Oza is now gone. So what is the assumption that Finch makes there? Is that
you are aware that Oza's impact is severely shortened. The history of what you're able to make out is that Oza rose very quickly, sort of after you guys disappeared from into the labyrinth. Whereas instead of the same sort of timeline happened, where he consolidated and then took out a bunch of other high-profile warlords and clan leaders to sort of bring them all under his banner. His tying and allegiance or friendship with the Burning Tree people, where you are able to find out that the leader of the Burning Tree was the champion. And then it sort of comes out that not everyone knows this. Essentially, you're told by the important people, which is when you guys get to Kohido, from the warlord now, no longer queen, where it's brought up in regards to, hey, what happened to? Do you know anything about Oza? And you guys are told, oh, Oza got cut down at sort of the big fight that took place against, near and around the tree, where you have a vague memory, Brandon, of, oh, I had a dream where that tree got fucking burnt, whereas this one in the real world, it didn't. And sort of a circumference around that sort of difference is that, whereas in the dream, the tree gets burnt, but the champion is wounded. So the champion merges into Oza, and then Oza rises to a very high prominence. Oza, in this dream, Oza's a fuckhead. He's a bad guy. He's out here doing heinous things in the name of religion. But in the real world, the tree isn't burnt. The champion isn't wounded. But you find out that Oza is the one that gets wounded, essentially. And Oza merges with the champion. And it's no longer Oza's the sort of leader of this nation up north. It's just, the champion is the leader.
Oh, okay. So, I remember you saying that now. I don't know why I forgot about that. So Oza was still with us pre-time skip.
Yes,
that didn't change. Okay, never mind. Okay, then I know what Finch would think the assumption is. Whether that is right or wrong, I will not need you to tell me either way. But he will have an assumption about that. Okay, excellent. Okay. Well.
I love time shenanigans. I love it.
Well, as soon as we are done in Shengjin, we can see if we can go about trying to apprehending Arclight. I don't want to jinx anything, but I can't imagine we're going to be held up at Shengjin too long. Maybe a few days or more. And then we can maybe think about trying to cut across to Roma. We are in no rush to find this man who has all of the remaining gems.
2 men.
These 2 men. Well, hopefully one of them will be at Shengjin, and the other one will be walking around. The one that's left has defeated an immortal warrior twice, so I'm assuming he's going to be okay and still around by the time we are done with Arclight. So, I think we can make a detour for Alvina and Kashotan's sake. And for our sake as well.
If I remember the original plan correctly, we were going to go to Roma afterwards anyway.
Correct. The original plan was that you guys would cut across, head to Chongjin, where you would deal with 3 personal items, one for Wessel, one for Sia, one for Finch. And then once that was dealt with, possibly the outcome being that you'd find the location of the Gullet, which is where a Platinum Ring member still would know the location of, who, due to a vision of Finch, is at Chongjin. That Wessel would find someone there who would know the location of where his mum might be, a potential, what used to be an 8 Crowns member, but is now just a he's got another title now, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But some other big shot there that might know where Wessel's mum might be, and that you also had something of personal note there. And then once all that was done, hopefully you guys would cut across to Roma to get help from Danzok, because at the time it was still Universe 1, and that help from Danzok would be to push onto Oza. Unfortunately, Universe 2, there is no Oza, and Danzok isn't an independent nation, or is the leader of an independent nation. He is the leader of a nation that is subservient to the domain of the Shattering Sun.
I thought we were going to decide halfway through whether or not we were going to go to Danzok, because we weren't sure what shit was like up here. We might need his help, but we didn't know whether or not that was going to be a good idea until we got here, I thought was the original thing.
Yes, that also sounds very much familiar, because I believed you guys also wanted to go down to Dhaka in regards to the Rakshasa. See what's going on.
Yes. We were going to make that with last, so that we knew that whatever the fuck happened as a result of being there, we were very close to the finish line and did not have to make a 20 fucking day journey all the way back to home. We weren't doing a return to Del Toro fucking thing, you know.
Yeah.
We are just right next to the fucking finish line, and you know, it's like in Repo, you know, the minute you're done with the last thing, all the lights switch off. Bro, I'm sprinting as fast back to the ship as possible so that when the lights turn off, I'm as close as I can already be to the ship.
Yeah.
Before the monsters start spawning.
At the time, you were given a map where the last known locations of the gems were, and it was pretty confident that they would still be there by the time you got there. This time, you were given a map detailing the last known locations of individuals who were vessels of gems, and as such, it is not such a concrete location.
Yes. But once we find out what we can find out in Shengjin, and hopefully get what's her face back. It's been so long I've forgotten her name. We can
Anastasia?
Yeah, that's it, Anastasia. We can get her back. Fix all of our other shit, and then we can go and see about breaking this siege on Roma. Hopefully without ever meeting Golmor himself, because I don't know how the fuck that would go. I think I would be Hodor.
Alright. So depending on how Chongjin goes, do we just go straight to Roma?
I think we talk about the safest way to go as straight there as possible, yes. Not only is Danzok our friend, but also him having Roma is pretty important for the rest of us, just because of how hostile everywhere is. Right. Oh, that's what I was supposed to fucking ask, but I didn't get up in time. Do I still have these fucking these pearl earrings?
Yes, you do. So the pearl earrings are still a thing, except there's just less resources. So they're what they do the same. They just are limited to once a day.
Once a day, I can change that. Once a day. One use a day. Okay, anyway. But it's best. I think it's best to get our intentions out, but not plan for it until we're a little bit closer to being able to action that. We don't know what Shengjin is going to bring. How far away are we from Shengjin?
It's been about a day, so probably a third to a half a day to get to the coast that we want.
You would need to go over the paperwork an additional time to figure that one out.
Oh, yeah. Need a compass and what was the other thing? The other one, the sextant. You need all that shit to work it out. I gotcha. Okay. Well, but yes, I just thought I'd bring all of that to your attention. But I did not want to give you. I didn't know what your intention was with your talk with Arclight, so I thought it best not to give you any information that might compromise any potential deception you were going to use.
Oh, I understand. Thank you.
But yep, you have the information now. I will leave you to it.
Right.
And I'll grab something to eat, I guess, and turn in for the night.
No worries. Pretty much the same for everybody else?
Yeah.
Oh, and by turning in for the night, I of course mean I am on the deck.
Ah! You're gonna go talk to the human.
No. I'm going to turn in for the night while having one open on the all of the little suns and the Uman. I want to know what the fuck he does up there at night.
Sia, did you still want to try and talk to Kishoten?
Yes. I would prefer to wait until people are asleep or out doing what they're doing.
Yep.
And then just kind of meditate specifically to connect to Kishoten. In a sense that I don't want to worry Alvina at first until I know more information.
No, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, Wessel is going to essentially power down to an inactive state. His eyes go a dull red, and then before he sort of commits to it fully, he summons Munakata to watch over him. And Munakata just struts around the room. Finch goes to grab something to eat and then heads up to the top deck to watch and catch some Z's. Ezekiel, were you the same in regards to bedtime soon?
Yeah. But I want to try and, as weird as it sounds, I guess, I want to try and, when I sleep, try and dream of Alvina. Not in a weird way, just like in a way of like, hey, speak to me if I'm worthy to fight.
Yeah, Alvina coming down from the ceiling with rose petals. Alvina.
Yeah, American Beauty star. But yeah, so that's kind of looking forward. Not that Ezekiel's like whoring himself out to get a sponsorship for his paladin. Yeah.
You got no thanking grab.
I'm just looking for a what's the thing when you get like a free ride through college and shit? It's a fucking scholarship. Yeah, I'm looking for a scholarship, please. I need someone to pray to. But kind of, I guess, right? Everyone's saying to thank Sia and all that. So I'm like, all right, cool. Maybe it's worth it then.
That's fine. Sia, we'll do you first. Where are you going to go do this meditation? This connection? Anywhere specific on the ship?
Am I aware of how busy the prayer room is around this time of night?
Probably not at all. You got 10 people that probably all just gone to bed.
Fair enough. I'll probably go there to do it.
All right. Go down there. You get yourself situated, set up, and nice and comfy. You're honing in through your heart. And you know, or at least you feel like you know, that there can be a connection like what you have with Alvina. But nothing is hooking on immediately.
I am happy to wait.
Can you roll for me a religion check, please?
I rolled that with a d6. I rolled a 20 and a 6, and I have a +2. That
28
is
in total.
the max roll.
All right. You can feel like they're like naturally there should be a connection, like you know, and then you just sort of not so much. In a way, you sort of just force that connection, and then you feel the hook in, and you hear Kashuten go, "Ah, yes, Harold. What can I do for you?"
I understand that there are certain things that I do not need to know. But I do feel that this is necessary. What is the skull for?
What skull?
The skull that Arclight is looking for.
Arclight's looking for a skull? And you feel it. The general questioning sense. She did not know.
Well, I am, in a way, upset that he's not listening. But I am glad that this wasn't your orders. It seems that he is looking for a skull in the mountains of Roma. He is.
Know of a skull, important or otherwise, that would be within Arcosis, that he would be after.
And I do believe he has. Of course, this is not confirmed, but potentially sacked a village in the name of yourself and Alvina.
Oh, he has he?
I don't know. Like I said, it is possible that that's what has happened and that is what has caused the upsetting flare.
And as this sort of talk begins, you feel yourself, like you did with Alvina, sort of feel your spirit shift into their realm. And it's whereas you and Alvina were sort of talking out over a balcony where you could see the roving hills of soon-to-be flowers, those of, and this you are sort of sitting at inside a very empty room with Kashotin sitting at a small table and chairs with a tea set that's there that Kashotin is drinking from. Well, unclassified or otherwise, that is something I will definitely look into.
Well,
I did, after all, grant him his life.
I understand forgiveness is a big part of your being. There is always going to be a limit to that forgiveness. Whatever decision you make from here is up to
Can you roll for me a perception check, please?
you. 16.
I can't see that in the dark. Very well. And you feel just her sense of trying to pull out of this conversation.
I know talking to me might not always be the most comfortable, but if there is anything you do wish for, and I do pointedly look around the room, specific books, items you want to try, just let me.
No, it's perfectly fine. I will, if anything comes to mind, see, I will endeavor to let you know. And just before your sort of connection ends and you're back inside that prayer room, you saw it, if not but briefly, her attention diverted to the side of the room that wasn't there apparent from the beginning. A small collection of flowers potted up on the wall. A smirk upon her face as a rose turns to a weed. Thorned, corrupted.
I don't want to give up on her yet.
Back with your thoughts inside the prayer room. Finch. Up onto the top of the deck that you go. It's a cloudless sky, stars abundant. And sort of as you're getting situated to a space where you want to sort of turn in, but still keep an eye on in regards to what this gentleman is doing, you feel, or you notice the feeling of the ship slowing. And nothing.
Oh, sorry, I forgot I was muted. I'm listening.
And while can you roll for me a perception check, actually?
I can do that. 21.
All right. You see that he creates these arcane sigils into the deck of the ship. He says these words that feel very off, like a dark incantation that just really puts you on edge. But the things that sort of come out of these circles, that is what's really surprising, are these piles of flesh, which are then given out to these Houthi-moored demons that just sort of start devouring it like animals eating from food bowls. And you notice that he notices your presence. Only that, every now and then he sees you catching a look. He just nods, acknowledges that you're there, and continues about whatever he's doing. Which, for the most part, is nothing outrageous, nothing untowards, nothing crazy. Just talking to himself. But just not loud enough for you to really hear. He pets some of his kids. But apart from that, nothing. Before eventually he curls up on against one of the walls of the deck And then once his little demon kids have had their fill, they each sort of come up near him and then huddle in together.
Uh, all right.
Yeah. Well, if there's nothing else, uncomfortable up there, but it doesn't take long before you two catch the Z's. Ezekiel, can you roll for me a religion check, please?
Happily, mate. +5 for religion. That's not bad. That's 18, brother.
No? Sort of as you're just laying there and just thinking about sort of not exactly your options, but just like
Yeah, just like, please, someone find me. I need. Just kind of like the thing of like, I want to belong. That's really at the core of it all. As sad as that sounds for Ezekiel, he just wants to belong, right? Like he had his home and he had his right with the Queen, and that was obviously a fallacy and a manipulation. He's not home with his mum. His dad's gone. He hasn't really got anywhere to call home. And he's with a group that he feels probably don't value him. That's probably not the right word, but like, he probably feels like he probably doesn't value himself with the group, probably more than anything. And so, talking to Mudukata, getting rejected there. Not that rejected, but just like, fucking nothing to do with you. Like, okay, fair enough, then cool. But, C has done a lot. C has given him chances. C has seen the things that Ezekiel's done in his life. I wouldn't say she's forgiven him. Like, not that he needs to be forgiven from her, but just like she's not thrown a stone. Do you know what I mean? So that aspect is probably something that's probably, if anything, on his mind in the sense of like, well, if she's given me the chance, then maybe this whole Avena thing, besides it being just a fucked up thing we did in the labyrinth, maybe it is something, maybe it is worth something. So he's just gonna try and, I guess, give it a chance.
and sort of eventually just sort of the stressful thinking of like, what is my life?
Yeah.
The failings of what I thought were to be true, which now aren't in certain ways, and where can I go now to where my deepest insecurity that I can acknowledge is that I've always just wanted to belong to something since I lost something.
Yeah, 100%.
And as you drift into deep sleep, you open your eyes to see a nice orange sunset where the sun starts to shade into those shades of pink. The softness of the sand beneath your feet, the waves gently crashing along the shore. And you, without seeing, hearing, you feel a presence next to you. But the presence doesn't really say anything. It's like you are just both taking in the calmness, the tranquility of this small moment. until the curiosity gets the better of you, as it nearly always does.
Yes.
And you turn to look at this presence. And you see this woman. And you see Alvina dressed in, strangely, a more traditional Regashian, like spring beach attire. And she goes, "What are we going to do with you, Ezekiel? You know, I am thankful. If not your help during the trials of the labyrinth, I would not be here. Irregardless of your own schemes, machinations, your own goals for things of a very personal nature, you did help Sia along this relatively short journey so far. And I hope to see that help continue for as long as the journey may take."
Well, truth be told, I do want to help her. She seems to be probably the best of us. Hasn't betrayed anyone. Hasn't really done anything wrong. Helped me out in my time of need when I lost my faith. See, I've done probably something that... I mean, there's things I've done that I regret, but... undoing the burning of the peach tree has led a change in this world, and I no longer seek the tree. So it seems I have done some form of a deal with the devil, it seems. And maybe I could still grab the peaches for something, I don't know, something more for strength, but if not for myself, for who? I don't have the drive for these peaches anymore.
I think, Ezekiel, you are just achieving that drive for someone else's means, which we all do. I have my drives, my desires. I have wishes and hopes. If not for me, definitely for Sia. But I think we keep that journey. As far as I'm aware of, you have been the most driven in regards to this peach tree.
Mm.
And I have questions about it. Of course, the tree is not of my world, my knowing. I have come far after it. From what I can tell, from what I've been able to look up, and through Sia's own memories and conversations, that the peach tree blossomed, and the peaches flowed, but the peaches were always hidden. Plucked from the tree, given to the champion, and then what?
I don't know. I guess that's part of the curiosity, of course.
If the peaches are as beneficial as they say, then I very much believe that the people should have a chance to partake of their consumption.
Maybe that's what I fight for now, is for these people.
I think that the fight...
Sorry, that's for my cat sisters running around in my dream.
Sorry, Dad was attacking something and I had to figure out what it was.
Yes, her name is Jade, from the eyes of Gokdindri.
I think you should stay upon this goal. At the very least, it will help.
And maybe I'll find a faith that I can fight for and be a champion for. And be a champion once again. Because it was a very good feeling being a champion.
I dare say it would. That strength, that power.
Do you need champions, Avina?
I have a herald, and she is my champion. At least for me, personally. That is how I see it. I'm so new to this idea of worship and godly duties that what more would I need of a champion? If the people believe in me, and people do seem to believe in me, what there is need of a champion.
Then, is there a chance that Sia would need a champion?
That would be up for her decision. She knows more than I in the ways of religion, of how the world works. I can only do my best to support her in her tasks, like she supports me in mine.
Right.
From her memories, it is not uncommon for heralds to have champions. A great many I've seen come from or are in Ragash.
Of course. Or maybe I speak to her. Because she
I'm
can
sure.
fight for herself, surely fine. I've seen it. She's quite good. But with conversion and with, I mean, we've seen it previously prior to the wish change. There were rumblings, of when you bring in new religions and things, and it creates a bit of discourse sometimes.
Like all things new, it does bring discourse.
And
But
so
it is about navigating that discourse. Not everything
course.
needs to be smacked with a sword. Words can do just as well.
Well, yes, of course. I meant more the sense of, someone could make themselves an enemy of Seer, or could sort out to stop Seer in some way, and I could defend that.
Well, if you feel like you could, well, then why don't you?
Maybe I should. I'll speak to her.
And as you sort of turn to look at the calm ocean, the yellows have now fully gone to shades of pink to dark pink to sort of black as it starts to become night. You go to look at Alvina one more time to just say a thank you or just something for listening. And as you turn to look at her, in her place is a 80-year-old, disheveled, tight-skinned, seaweed-driven hair hag.
Yeah.
And you wake up.
Oh, fuck it hell. I grab my mane. I rub my hands through it.
Luscious hair, no seaweed.
Thank Christ for that. And I look around and I try to see what time it is.
Slept
What
through. You see Wessel sort of standing over you.
Okay. Whistle. Oh. Is it Wessel, or am I speaking to Mudukata?
No, you're speaking to me.
Alright. Sorry, Wessel. Are you okay? Did you rest down last night?
I'm perfectly fine.
Well,
You were tossing and turning. I just thought I'd come to look.
No, I am fine. I've just I was reached in my dream by Vina as I was seeking some guidance and counsel, and she has provided.
Worthy enough to be granted an audience, eh?
Well, whether it's actually her visiting me or my own amalgamation of her, I don't really know, but I need more. I need to fit. I need to have a purpose, Wessel, and I won't get that, I guess, without...
You
putting
won't get it
myself
moping
all-
around, that's for sure.
Well, that's correct, and I've apologized to yourself and to Midokada, and I think now I need to speak to Sia. But I think she is still asleep, so I will go see if breakfast is ready. If not, then I'll go make myself a bowl of oat and look at the sea or the air.
You've just woken up maybe an hour or two before everybody else. Still enough for a long rest. Mechanically, it doesn't matter.
And I just kind of get some food, and I go up to the top deck to, help again a little bit. Not like I did yesterday, but just like, oh yeah, fuck, that person's picking up some empty bowls. I'll go help them pick them up, and that sort of shit.
Well, there's no one else really awake.
Oh, then fuck it. And I go to the kitchen. If there is no one else in the kitchen, then I make myself a bowl of oatmeal. If there's that available, of course.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Sick. Pull out the box of Uncle Toby's, pour him a bowl, get some milk.
Yeah, Uncle Toby-ish.
Yeah, Uncle Rajan's. And
Yeah, Uncle Rajan's.
And I have a bowl and I eat it very slow. Is it sugar? Yeah, there's sugar. And I hold the glass of sugar and I go, I need to get someone to go get this from the downstairs kitchen. No. I grab, and I have my bowl, mate, and I eat my brekkie.
No worries. And then Sia and Finch, you guys wake up perfectly fine like 2 hours later at your own volition.
Okay.
Sia, you've noticed that when you wake up, that you feel that the ship has stopped moving.
I will leave that for now. But I suppose it's just meditating to speak with Alvina again, but not like a full connection, more just to give an update of what she has found out so far, that Arclight possibly not doing what he's supposed to. He seems to be looking for a skull in the mountains. That she spoke with Kashotan, it didn't seem like Kashotan was aware of that specific issue. And then the theory that she has that the flowers that are corrupted are from Arclight doing this. But again, that specific part is still a theory, and whether there's more to it, she doesn't.
Worries. Mr. Finch.
Mm-hmm.
What would we like to be doing, my friend?
Probably the same thing, just like keeping an eye on the sky. I now that I've had a day with him, I just want to. I'm using this second day to compare the first day, like what changes day to day.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, you are aware that an connection gets established. It's relatively easy, or simple. It's like second nature, pretty much. And though you never get like a reply from her, you are aware that she has heard you.
I just mentally, whether the mental part is still heard by her or not, reiterate that that last part is a theory. I don't know exactly what's going on before she just goes off to check on the ship.
Yeah, you sort of like Avina, that is a theory. Nothing too crazy, hopefully happening right now. And sort of once you finish that, and sort of you unclasp your hands, and as you do so, a bright purple pink rose sort of grows out of your hand at the same time.
She's gonna freak out for a moment.
It sort of looks like it's growing out of your hand, but sort of once it's all said and done, it's like you've just plucked it from a like a rose bush.
Does this look like the one that was growing with Kishoten?
No, this looks like one that was just growing within the fields. Just the sense you get a calming sense from it. Like I understand.
All right. Freak out at first, but yes, that's fine.
Like, oh, flowers growing on my hand. Oh, flowers growing on my hand is all good.
But yeah, from there she's just gonna go check on the ship with the plan to go get breakfast afterwards.
Yeah, no worries. Gucci. And then over the coming up until lunchtime, helping around the ship, talking to people. You know that sort of as it gets to sort of lunchtime, about 11, 12, depending where the sun is, that you are in between, out to the ocean a bit, but still juxtaposed between the town of Changxi and Hyson.
Okay. Theoretically, that might be why we've stopped, correct?
Yes. I think just with the sort of freedom, with no hassle to go over the notes, you could ascertain that to get to Chongjin would be about 3-4 days at a steady pace.
Well, let's start on that journey for now and pray things go well.
For you, Finch, basically whatever was happening yesterday just continues for the most part. Every now and then you see the Ezekiel, Wessel will go up, communicate, and talk with the human man, and they'll do slow converse. You see that every now and then during the conversations, like a hand of Wessel's, like his left hand will it'll look like he's just lost control of it for a little bit before he uses his skeletal hand to sort of bring it back under control. But these fleeting moments, they don't happen much, but it is noticeable. Except he does not go down for breakfast in the morning. Instead, he skips it today. I would say Sia right now is free, so if Ezekiel wanted to have a talk with her, now would be the time.
Yes, I will go have a chat with our home skillet, Sia. I approach her like, "Hey, Sia. I have something I'd like to talk to you about, if I could."
With those sort of words, she kind of just puts everything down to give you her full attention.
What a champion, dude. I don't say that, but I see that and I give a nod and I go, I mean, admittedly, I probably would say that I was seeking it, but I did have what I believe to be Avina visit me in my dream. And in that, she's kind of gave me some reassurance and I guess helped guide me through some stuff that's happened obviously in the last 8-9 days. So I guess I wanted to speak to you, and I guess look, I'm not asking to follow her straight away, but I think you are doing something very good, and I think I would like to be a part of it in some way. But a question I have for you now, and apologies if this is too forward, but would you find use for a champion at all? For yourself, not for Alvina, but for you. I guess someone to defend you. I mean, not that you need defending, of course. You are quite skilled, but if we're going to be, I guess if you're going to continue your quest for Alvina, it might bring some enemies to your door, and I'd like to be that door, I guess, and I guess stop them from attacking you if they were to. I don't know. I'm just saying. Do you need? Do you see, and I kind of like just rambly here, like kind of like don't know how to fucking approach asking to be a champion, but it's kind of what that is.
Would a champion status be necessary for you? I quite like to think that we are friends enough that should anything happen, you would still help.
Well, of course. See, I apologize for asking such a stupid thing. No, of course I don't need the champion status. That's not important to me. No, of course. Yes, I guess I would always defend and assist you when needed. I don't know why I came to think of asking that. Apologies. See, I'm.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah. You could. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. I think someone's asking for me upstairs. What was it? Something you had? A quick question you had? Sorry.
With everything that you've done under the Queen of Cat,
I'm smiling. Keep on. Yeah, keep on.
Aware of the extent of what you've done? Were you fully yourself when it happened?
I like my hand. I like kind of like seat my head in my hand, my head in my hands, and I like brush my mane back and like hand on chin, and I look up at you, and I don't really know. I guess. Well, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? So did I consciously slaughter these people? Did I consciously kill my own I don't know. Look, if you asked me tomorrow to kill someone randomly, I probably wouldn't do it. I'll put it that way. I don't think I don't think it was me, but is it me to? Do I have the ability to do that to somebody? I guess I do, but I wouldn't say that I maliciously seeked out to hurt it. Well, the reporter was a different situation, but look.
Then, I suppose my next question is, can you bring yourself to forgive yourself? The things that you've done are terrible. But was it only you that did it?
I would argue that it... Look, I don't know. If I look deep into myself, maybe I can't forgive myself for it. Maybe I am too far gone. I don't know, to be honest. I'd like to say that it's not in my nature to do the things that I did. I would say that I wouldn't do these things, but I did. So
And you know what I stand for as the herald of hope and forgiveness, and you've also seen what I've done. A man crying on his knees, and I slaughtered him. In front of you all. I took that step to forgive myself, and with time, you can take that step too.
I would argue that it may not be steps, it may be a marathon race to forgive myself, but
One step at a time. And if you feel that you would be able to make that journey, then why not be a champion? But you gotta start that journey first.
Yes, you're right. Look, I'll be frank with you here. In my current state, or the way I am right now, I need that title. I'm not going to lie to you. Without that title, I am nothing. I fight for nothing. I need that direction and that guidance. But with every step, maybe I become a champion for myself. You know, maybe that's, I don't know. That's all.
Without that title, you are Ezekiel, our friend, comrade, and on this journey with us.
Well, that is nice to hear. I think a second bowl of oatmeal is probably in the due right now. Thank you, Sia.
That
You
sounds like a
are
good-
truly the best of us. And I mean that. Much better than Oza. That by a long mile, let me tell you that right now. You know, Finch is alright. He's alright. And Wessel, he's different now. But you seem to stay strong and stay right. So that is inspirational enough for me. And I appreciate your time and your words. You are a special person, Sia. And I understand all the greatness that has come to you is for a reason, and not under sheer luck.
Well, thank you.
I
And
stand up, pat the shoulder. And I nod. And walk away rubbing my belly for another bowl of oatmeal.
You both get a
back.
point of inspiration.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah,
That was really good.
Why didn't you champion your friend? Oh, you're right. Why would I think? Oh, no need for that.
You know what that reminded me of?
What's that?
It was the all right then.
yeah. All right, sick. Yeah, I gotta get a second bowl, and hopefully at this point, the kitchen is awake and I can help cook some food and make other meals for other people.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You help with the kitchen. Time has gone by. You know, past. Coming up to lunch. Past lunch. Everyone is served. And then it's just a case of Wessel comes up to you, Beck, and he goes, "Sia, I take it with the ship having been stopped, that we'll be heading east soon, correct?"
that would be correct.
Now, I only ask this, but how... Are we flying high, or are we flying low?
Well, that's something we need to seek some local expertise on. What are the laws on flying over or nearby towns?
From what I've been able to gather, because we'll be flying at least once we reach land, the Shattering Sun domain. I don't know if there are any laws about flying airships near towns, or at least lack thereof. My concern is if we end up fighting or meeting another ship in the air.
Hmm.
If we fly low, sure, there might be a high chance of us being spotted, but at least if something were to go wrong, we wouldn't be that far from the ground.
Also relatively populated, so if somebody was to pick a fight with us first, we could claim self-defense.
Correct.
Seems like a good idea.
I don't know if you remember this, but the captain did say that he had friends within the old monk schoolings up in the Kark Mountains here. So, if we question our human friend, maybe he can give us some answers to that.
Be worth a try. And at the same time, he did also say he had friends in Kaesong.
Yeah. And with that, he sort of gives you a thanks for hearing me out, and then he walks away. Ooh. Anything we would like to be doing right now? We don't have to be, but just sort of to fill in the time. Besides the things that need to be done.
Nah, I think there's nothing that I want to do specifically. No.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think at this point, Sia would be doing a mix of general duties with Raijin and Fujin, like trying to learn the cartography of the ship and how to navigate properly. And then on top of that, at one point, I do want to have a conversation with the captain, not so much for information or anything like that, but just to try and understand them a bit better.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
The little ones have names or anything? Sort of small talk things
Yeah,
to try
yeah,
and be more familiar.
what do you call the fat one? Is he your favorite? That's fine. Finch, anything you would think of? Any uses of the eye or otherwise?
No.
In regards to you watching over the man on the deck, nothing really. He just keeps to himself. He does his rituals. It doesn't look like they do anything, at least around the ship or on the ship. He talks in his foreign tongue. He looks after his little demon kids. He talks to Wessel. That's about it.
Gotcha.
All right. With that, so yeah, you go up and talk to your possessed captain. He's finished sort of playing some form of activity with his little demon kids, and he looks up and he goes, "Ah, Sia, how are you?"
Stressed as always.
Would it not be life if we weren't stressed?
Probably not. And what about you?
I am still getting quite adjusted and used to fresh air. And the vastly small number of carrion. A nicer smell out here than what I'm used to.
Would you prefer it out here?
No. Arcosis may have its beauty in a certain way, but I do miss the Concordat.
That's fair.
Alas, I have but to tell you that I have made attempts with old contacts, those new, and maybe some things that are still around that might have helped me, but those who I've tried speaking to know not of where this gullet might be. Our only hope is hinging on this platinum ring fellow in Chongjin.
Hopefully he won't be too hard. Fine.
I hope so.
Now, I would like to ask if you're aware of anyone in the coming towns that the captain.
Hmm. I am aware that, at least near the center of the Karst mountain area, that there is a monk school of some name, but the captain had a friend there. Whether or not he's still there, I cannot say, but it should be friendly to us if we are friends of the captain.
I do hope so. Do you know the name at all of the person?
Unfortunately, not. No, the memories of the captain are fading.
No
A
worries.
byproduct of this deal that we have in place. Though I am sure they will return once the contract has been fulfilled and our separation commences. See, have you ever met an animal lord before?
I think I have. It was very brief though. And I more or less first understood Ezekiel. He did show up in that vision. And
Queen
spoke
of
to me.
Cats. She is quite frisky, I dare say. The thing about the animal lords, Sia, is that they have been around a very long time. I'm sure you are already sort of familiar with that from Ragash yourself, but people just assume they've sort of been around when the gods came around, but that's not actually the case. The animal lords were here before the gods first arrived. That makes them quite old indeed. You know, I once met the Queen of Snakes for quite a short time there. Let me tell you, that woman, she sometimes has a feisty temper.
By being from, I guess, myself. I do wish I knew more about the animal god.
Yes. Most of the information that is given, at least from when I was still alive, the teachings of the animal lords, it varies. It all depends on how deep are you willing to go within the clerical schools, because they're the ones that hold all of the information. You get the general knowledge and information that the animal gods are there, we worship them. That's how that goes. But within the clerical schools is where all the hidden knowledge is. Curated, of course. No one ever wants to have blemishes on a record, surely. Sometimes if you want to find out information, you have to get your hands a little dirty. Unfortunately for me, I had to get my hands more than just dirty. Knowledge, and the pursuance of knowledge, Sia, is a endeavor that we all intake, passively or otherwise. But the path that you're on, Sia, you have no need for animal lords. In fact, I dare say they'd only become a hindrance for your path. Some of them don't like being encroached upon. Their domains are protected heavily, and their worshippers just a little bit feisty.
So all the more reason to know more about them.
That's true. I wish to know more about Goktengri's parents. The tale has always been that they were the ones that contacted the Animal Lords after their son's death, for the Animal Lords to be brought into the Arcosian fold, to be filling some of the gaps that the 8 Emperors themselves either did not want to or couldn't. Surely, if after the war and their son's death, it seems that they would be around, and yet, from talking with the crew,
Sorry.
conversations with
Can you repeat that, please?
which part? Where are we up to?
They brought the animal lords in to fill in the gaps that they were unable to or unwilling to fill.
Right. If they brought the Animal Lords to fill in the gaps, surely they would still be around, yet there is no record of their disappearance or lack thereof. It is just that after the war in heaven, unfortunately Goktengri lost his life defending the realm. The 8 Emperors came into being from his demise. The 8 Emperors taught that, they were part of Goktengri. That what Goktengri's parents could save of him. And that, they are to be treated like Goktengri themselves. And that, within later on, they brought in the Animal Lords to fill in any worshipping gaps. But this only raises the question of where are they? The crew that I've spoken to, Raijin and Fujin that I've spoken to, even conversations with Munakata. There are no records or knowledge. That is the last that is heard about from them. Now that is what piques my interest.
Now you've given me even more to think about.
I am here to help you, your compatriots, your friends, this crew, by contract, and a little bit by my own free will. I may serve Orcus, woe is his name, and look, Sia, I cannot lie to you. If given the opportunity, I will commit great evils. Only because I am bound to do so. because my soul is bound to evil. But I will give you the forewarning that that is about to happen, so you may stop me in the chance.
I appreciate that.
Luckily, the minimum requirement for me to committing evil is that the rescuing of my daughter. Once she is rescued, then, stop me from slaughtering a village.
I will do my best.
Excellent. I have great faith that you will complete this task. I, of course, can tell you that I will not make it easy. Unfortunately, I am bound to do as much as I can at all times. Orcus has a thing where he doesn't like it when people go soft. Orcus likes it when you go hard. You bring about the ruin as quickly as possible, and that the ripples of chaos flow like a newly formed river. Sure, you may start at the trench, but once the river flows on its own, then you can sit back and watch, reaping in the benefits of a flowing water. And if you're concerned about Wessel, it should subside in the next couple of days. His walking and his jolting mannerism. I cannot fix his voice. It will not return to the same as it was. It's a byproduct of the procedure.
Thank you for taking care of it. It's a bit of peace of mind to know that someone was able.
Thanks. I did most of the work, surely, but your disciples, Raijin and Fujin, they put in effort. You see some of the little demon kids come up to him, and they're like, "Father, hungry!" And then as you sort of look at them in their like semi-pathetic state, one of the bigger ones comes up to one of the smaller ones, and then rips it in half, and they just start feasting on it.
Charming.
Yes, my little kids, they they do what they can. And then he sort of just slowly turns to go and like shoo them away from the body and give them a stern talking to about killing their siblings.
Oh, after that, Sia's kind of just gonna go find Raijin and Fusion and help them with whatever the duties they're going through.
No worries. And if anybody else wanted to do nothing, time continues forward until the afternoon, late afternoon, dinner time. Not much of note is made. Help with the ship when you can. Assist with cooking come dinner time. And then sort of ascertain that unless you've already done it, about going now, making your way east.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, you're able to figure out that without pushing the speed of the ship forward, you'll get to Chongjin within 4 days' time.
Right. Sounds good.
Some concerns are brought up that from Wessel anyway, just about the possibility of it might be rare. That how many people actually have airships. You guys don't know. It's in the unknowns.
Yeah.
But Wessel has a small fear about sort of Zaibatsu retaliation. If that guy was working for people collecting Ronin artifacts, the only people that he believes that has that sort of financial backing are those within the Zaibatsu or the Gugang economic zone. So he's
Before we get to Chongjin, we should still be in the Shattering Sun, am I correct?
yes.
Hopefully going across the land until we get to the border should be hopefully safe from those concerns. But definitely something to consider.
So it's just sort of a case of whether you guys fly high and over, or when you start to reach the coast, you swing in. You use the ship to sort of not so much you're touching the ground because it's not really possible within that area. Just that you're sort of flying the ship through the sort of gaps between the karst mountains. So you guys are aware that that region of Arcosis contained most of the old monk schools
Yeah.
pre assault on the tree, and then due to the nature of its location, separated north and south by river, west by sea, and then east by basically the mountains themselves. The region within it, compared to the rest of Arcosis, is a bit isolationist. In that the culture there is, though obviously Arcosian, it's very much uniquely to them. A lot of culture based around harmony, working upon oneself, due to the fact that 90% of the monk schools are there. And the monk schools very much are self-reliance compared to at the time. They didn't deal with the Zaibatsu. They didn't deal with the clan systems. They were very much their very own independent organization within the nation. And through conversations with some of the crew, that even though it has changed over the last 26 years, that it's still, even though they're under the Shattering Sun now, they've still managed to maintain that sort of independence.
Yeah.
It's just that due to the assault on the tree, all the monk schools were like, oh, we got to protect what is our most important cultural icon, the tree. So most, if not all, the monk schools converged on the center and dwell there now. And that it's unknown, but there's possible hopes that, at the very least, that the monk schools within the karst mountains aren't hidden. They're just, you got to trek up a mountain to go visit them. That whole strength of body, strength of mind, sort of thing. That if you were to stop by for a rest at a certain point within the mountains or on the ground somewhere, that the monk schools there are either abandoned or they're being taken care of with a skeleton janitorial crew.
Okay.
But sort of that's the sort of generalist information that you can acquire, sort of over dinner, talking about plans for the future. This is sort of what's happened. There we go.
Cool. And there's no way for us to sense if Zaibatsu ships are in the same area?
Yes and no.
Okay. Doesn't
There's
feel
no
anything in the air?
there's nothing on the ship that can tell you when another ship is close by. But Sia could talk to the essence within the ship to see if there are other essences nearby.
Nearby, yeah. Alright, well, if it's not something that's that pressing, then I'm not going to bring it up. But, I'd like to keep eyes on the top deck at least. Maybe like a PTSD experience from Kurobashi.
Sia and Finch? Unless you guys wanted to... Yep.
So, I think
You
that
go.
would be a good idea to just more or less ask the ship to let me know if it senses any others in the area. But otherwise, just continuing as normal for me.
Finch?
You'll have to shoot that back at me because I literally just ducked off for a couple minutes to go to the toilet.
All right, what was the last thing you heard?
I don't remember. Sia started talking.
Fuck, I don't know. I don't even know where to start. So you guys are going to be heading east now through the Karst Mountains, the area very monk school influenced, independent in regards to the rest of the Kojin Nation, but all the monks have left now. So any monk schools within the area are either abandoned or either they're taken over by other people or they've got their own skeleton crews looking after them. Who knows? In regards to what are your concerns and fears, there's nothing on the ship that would give you a knowledge of if there are any other ships nearby. The only thing that might do that is if Sia communicates with the essence, like the ship spirit, and to see if that ship spirit can sense any other ship spirits close, far, who knows what that distance might be. And unless you guys wanted to stop somewhere, it is going to be a straight 4-day travel.
Right. So when you said Finch, you were asking, like, I literally just walked in and I heard my name.
Yeah, so basically it's a case of, like, any thoughts, additional, like, character thoughts in regards to the plan, any concerns, because it's all sort of bringing up now before we just press go and we're on our way.
No, I mean, like, the plan sounds locked into me.
Yeah.
All right. If there's nothing else, then let us head back east into the lands of Arcosis. We've had enough fun in the sun out over the ocean. Is there anything within the 4 days that the group would like to do? Talk, communicate, or otherwise, prayer with certain individuals?
Yeah, I think for me, I'd probably have it in the case of, I guess Ezekiel over time would probably maybe slowly over the next 4 days, maybe involve himself more with the prayer stuff. Probably not praying himself directly, but just kind of like being around it, listening to the sermons a bit more, things like that.
Yeah.
And several chats and stuff. Yeah, that's probably as far as I'd say it would go.
Finch and Sia?
Really much more than it's already being done at this point. Just continuing what was happening before.
Yeah, I'd probably have a couple of chats, or go out of my way to have a couple of chats with Wessel.
Yep.
Just about... Because I haven't really talked to him since this happened to him. I haven't really talked to anyone since since that happened. So I'm not... I think the Finch is honestly not very in the loop. So I am just going to do what I was doing earlier, but also just take some time to talk to him, especially about what is going on with him and Uman.
Well, in that case, we're going to go into our first day. So if... Ezekiel, can you roll for me a d20, please?
Happily. Straight number?
Yes.
12.
Excellent. And so everyone sort of heads to bed. The last thing that's happened before the start of the new day is you head off into the ship's room. And basically, we're going to go east now. The ship will let you know if it senses another ship. He could not give you a range on that. And he did not tell you or is able to confirm how he would tell you.
That's fine.
But he said he would give it a go, so better than nothing. And after that, head to bed. Ship heads east. First day, nothing really transpires, so everyone's doing a bit of what they're already doing. Finally, sort of once the plan's been set, and now you got a time frame of like it's going to take this long, and if nothing catches up to us in the air, now I feel like I've got a time. Like I could have had time to breathe before, but now I feel like I have time to breathe a little bit. And Finch, you catch up to Wessel, sort of after he's had a conversation with the human on the deck. Wessel goes, Finch, not long now, eh?
Yeah, well, listen, we haven't really spoken too much since the whole transition for you happened.
Yeah, well, you were you were busy with your own things, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not as busy anymore, so I thought I would just catch up, you know?
Yeah, that's fine.
Like, I keep seeing all these odd things, and I keep thinking, well, that'll get explained at some point.
Well, what are you seeing?
Well, I see that you're not alone in there.
I'm not quite alone. I'm sort of a trio, one could say.
Are you like a warlock or something?
I'm still old. Me, in a way. I'm still... I still pick people's pockets to a very nice degree. But,
Okay.
I'm not... I can't exactly do what I used to do anymore. Some things have most definitely changed that I've had to get used to, but... I'd say it's about it, but really, you can't exactly quite explain what has happened to me. You know what I mean?
Well, as someone who doesn't really fully understand what happened to you, yes, I do know what you mean. Is anything else different? Like not just physically. What are the new challenges that you have to deal with? What are the new things?
Well, I'd say it's a lot more noisy up in the old noggin. That's for sure. Mudokata, for the most part, keeps to himself, but it's the Warforged that sort of the bigger concern.
The Warforged.
Yeah, so I'm using his modified body as my new body now, and sort of out of the three of us, he had to make the bigger sacrifice, which was, he graciously gave up because he was sort of made to do so.
Is this something to do with your mother?
Yes. Unfortunately, it is.
Do you know what she is up to yet? Whether she's still alive, or whether it's a piece of her, or whether even that's gone?
I don't know. I am hoping to find out. But I know that she is being sort of controlled, used as a conduit for an item, for a crown of a name that I can't seem to recall, but it gives her the ability to use something called the Deus of Creation. It was a very powerful, important, both magically and culturally, artifact stolen from an individual called the Lord of Blades, who, pieced it together, I can only say was or will be the leader of a nation of Warforged. Warforged created without the interference from meaty hands. And now my mother is being used to use this Deus of Creation to create Warforged with the involvement of meaty hands. And so their souls aren't free. They work for her. She gets told to do by these individuals from the economic zone. These crown bearers themselves. So I'm hoping I can at least free her. Whether that means she is able to live afterwards, or I have to free her from her misery, if she is in any.
Do you remember her name?
No, I don't. And I don't know if that's just because I have forgotten, or just up here it's too chaotic.
Well, speaking of that chaos, is there anything that you now know that you don't that you didn't know before? Merging with two other people, did that give you anything additional, or do you have something new as a result of something else?
I did. In regards to the Warforged friend, most of what I see or can pick up is just a fractured blips of a journey, a goal, a drive to seek me out, to protect me. Thanks to my mother's interference, a sort of defiance by her to put me on the path to save her, which I feel like I was already going to do, but just that little bit extra to know that she knows that I am still out here, even after we were in that labyrinth for so long, is quite a reassuring thing. But apart from that, names, faces, locations from his perspective are all jumbled blurs, and I can't quite make them out. No defining locations, just he was here, he was at this location, but the locations are blurs, shimmers in the water. And in regards to Munakata, most of it is what he wants or allows me to see.
So, what are these visits to the man on the deck up there in regards to?
Well, it's less in regards to me, and they're more in regards to Munakata. As he had lived for so long and has known so much and was at least around while we were away, just knowledge, upkeeping, questions that the man might have in regards to locations and people or otherwise. Munakata answers as best as he can in a sense. He tries to extract money from the gentleman, but I keep telling Munakata, that guy has no coin. That guy is broke. God, I'm broke.
Okay. Well, as long as you're doing okay, because I did see that while you were talking to him just before, you were having some sort of difficulty with your arm.
Yes, it's the only real part of me is dead. It's just a golden skeletal arm now attached to a glaive, and the glaive just can appear and disappear as I see fit. And but the rest of me still, we're not there. We're not in cohesion. There is differences and arguments that we have, and these differences and arguments sometimes relate to, I don't want to stand here anymore. I want to be doing this. I want to be doing that. For the most part, we can unison it out, but every now and then you'll see what happens. An arm will go rogue, a leg will go rogue. But they're short, brief moments, and we're working on it quite well.
Okay. Does that mean that you are now, with how different you are? Does that mean you're now off of the slippery crew?
What do you mean?
Well, whenever there was a sort of a tight fix coming up, it was always me and you, because we were the slippery crew, the slippery two. If there was trouble, we were getting out of that bubble.
Say, Finch, that I am still part of the slippery two. I dare say I am now faster than you.
Are you still sneakier than me?
At a plus 12, probably.
At a plus 12, it's more than double mine 2 times over.
I am still my old. I still have contained the knowledge of all the things that I could do before. At least my physical body has changed, yes, and I've taken on the form of my thankful Warforged benefactor, and he himself came with quite a few bodily additions. And it's thanks to Munakata that the other parts of me have been shaped and changed. Do you remember that crystal that I got from the labyrinth? That sort of obsidian dodecahedron thing? Well, the issue with that was I could never figure out what it did. And it wasn't until, well, at least after the operation, our human benefactor here was able to tell me that it was an Arcrodian arcane soul crystal. I mean, my knowledge is that when it was used, or at least close by wizards, that it would take something from them. And now I know that that is true. It does take, but due to his workings and the workings of Munakata, the crystal was shifted into me. It forms a part of a cage around my heart. The only issue is that I can't be next to Sia when she casts spells.
Right.
It's we did some testing with Raijin and Fujin, and to say the least, it was not good.
Well, do you have an idea to get around that?
No, not yet. But if we can find someone who has workings, or at least anybody that knows more about the Acrodians, maybe. But I also need to find someone that knows about the workings of a warforged body.
Right. Um. I mean, I might know someone. No one good, though.
When was the last time we knew someone good that didn't have ulterior motives? Besides the captain, I guess besides Alvina and Kashotan. As much as the human's been helpful, I do miss the cheerful personality that the captain had.
Yes. And I mean, there are other reasons to make this stop, but we are making this stop for the captain. But well, I am glad we got to have this talk. Then I just wanted to catch up and see how you were doing.
Oh, thank you for taking the time out to talk to me. It has been quite a crazy journey since our first meetings in Tianjin, has it not?
We met in Tianjin.
Yes, we did. I bumped into Ezekiel while he was out on the streets looking for pastries. And then I followed him back to the Drunken Huntsman, got involved with you guys and the Blackened Sun, I believe, in regards to a possible gem that they might have had. And then, Danzo got invited to the fight that was happening. We stayed at that hotel that was run not by Rakshasa, but none of the doors had any working locks on it.
I thought we met sooner than that.
No, we were quite new. All things considered, I guess, looking at things that have been days, I have known you guys like a month and a week.
Huh.
I mean, if I go by Munakata's instance, he's known you for maybe 2 months, if that. But because he's and you see him sort of just like look off as he tries to sift those memory banks, and it just sort of disappears. But anyway, it's it's good. We're all, as long as we help each other out, is all that matters.
And yes, of course, you're right. And if you have any problems, we are not those people who have the ulterior motives.
No, we're all very straightforward in what we want.
Well, I don't know if I would say that about all of us.
You just hear Munakata laugh in the background.
But at the very least, we are not the torch and pitchfork crowd.
No.
There will be no one else who will try to be helpful in the way that we all are to each other.
Yes, well, we are a diverse group, that's for sure.
Well, I will. Do you need to eat?
Oh, the cursed benefit of being a warforged is that I no longer need to eat, drink, or even breathe. I don't even sleep, really. I just power down. I slow, really. I'm still awake. I just no longer need to sleep.
Understood. And I will. I will head off. I'm done with that.
No worries. And the rest of day one goes by. No issues, no concerns. Everyone goes to bed. If nobody wants to do anything else, we'll roll into day two. Brandon, can you roll me a d20, please?
Mm-hmm. Just a straight d20?
Yep.
Five.
All right. Like yesterday, the day goes by, except that early in the morning, maybe by the sun's rising, 8, 9 o'clock, it's when you're able to look down and over and see that you're now over land. Sometime throughout the night, you have slipped past the ocean, past the coast, and are now over the tops of Karst Mountains. You have entered back into Arcosis and the domain of the Shattering Sun. And if anybody heads to the deck and has a look over the side, can you roll for me a perception check?
Perception. We are looking, dude, at a total of
I got 18.
17.
19.
I'm not rolling good.
I rolled a straight 19. I got no plus and negatives.
Where are we? We are looking at
Across 110th Street.
Wessel with a 21. So all very high numbers. Yes, Jade. Yes. I know. Looking over the side, and sort of over the course of the day, you guys see that within the Karst Mountains, at least some of them from your travel distance, that you do see sections of monasteric buildings built up on top of the peaks, surrounded by trees and the framework of the mountains themselves. On the 19 and up, specks of people that appear like fucking tiny ass ants, just wandering around their business at certain places. Every now and then you'll see like birds and shit, but you don't really feel like anybody is. If they've seen you, hopefully no one's reported you, and if they are going to report you, you'll be long gone by the time that happens. People see that you're going in a direction, but they don't know whether you're continuing that direction or heading off or landing. The Karst Mountain region of this area is very windy, like pointed. There are places to hide abundant for an airship of your size. But it's not until sort of later into the night that Wessel sees a flashing light down on the ground that gives off the appearance that it's seeking attention, the way it's sort of Morse coding. And he goes, that might be something, but I don't know if we should have a look and increase our distance time, or we just leave it.
I would argue that it's probably best that we increase our speed to evade any possible interactions with a unknown ship, correct?
I agree.
We're potentially looking for someone the captain knew in the monasteries for a little more information. We don't know where that monastery is.
Right.
For all we know, we could have already passed it.
Well, the other theory I have is maybe they're trying to signal someone else's ship that looks like ours.
Fair point.
And who knows where that guy might be? Yeah, we should keep going. We'll just ignore it.
All right.
Not much we can do about it either way. I mean, by the time we go down to land back down there, they might have already spread off, and then we're just wasting time chasing after them.
Correct.
Sounds good.
And with that, we ignore this and continue upon the journey. And if nobody wants to talk or anything during the meantime,
No.
we'll cut to day 3. Beck, can you roll me a d20, please?
14.
Nice. And day 3 rolls around like day 2, traveling through up and above the Karst Mountain regions, and just the constant as you travel further east. The tree has always been there, but it's always noticeable the size of the tree increasing more than just it was on the sort of continual horizon. The tree is so massive, so bright. And I think at least once the mental question crosses your mind, Ezekiel, of was it worth it?
Yeah, for sure. The answer is probably not.
And it's that thought process. If I hadn't have drawn that card, and then wanted that to happen, I'd still have the Queen of Cats.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shaken. I'd still, unfortunately, be living in an ignorance bliss in regards to my past. And maybe the thought of what happens if I can draw that card again. Because in Finch's backpack is that deck of cards.
Yeah. I mean, the curious mind would think that, for sure.
At least you believe that the deck of cards is still within Finch's backpack. Nobody has looked. Or at the very least, no one has vocally said they make sure that the deck of many things is still within Finch's backpack.
Yeah.
Didn't I look for it in my backpack? No, technically I did. No, I looked for it in my pocket in my book bag. I did not look in my backpack.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to sniff through his bag to look for the deck. But with that thought, I do ask Finch. I go, Finch, do you still have the deck of cards in your bag? Or with you?
Well, I don't know. I did a quick look for them. I guess I haven't looked through my bag. I haven't looked through my bag in 2 days.
Look, if you want to check it, that's fine. I don't require that, I guess. But I was just thinking about it when we were looking.
Where am I right now?
Not in your room, somewhere in the ship, somewhere. Wherever you believe you are is where you are right now.
Well, I guess when I go back to my quarters, I'll have a look.
Yeah.
I usually go through there to look at some books or some notes or rations, but I haven't needed to do any of those things in the last 2 days, so I haven't really looked through it. Was that all?
Yes. Yes, I just wanted to know that you still had it up, but let me know.
Sure. Well, it wasn't in my pocket, which is where they were the last time I had them. They weren't even in my book bag, which is where they were in my dream. So I never really thought to look through my bag, I suppose.
Oh, fair. Oh, just let me know. And then I pat in the back and walk away.
I visibly did not like the pat on the back.
That's fine. Everyone gets a pat in the back.
All right. Ezekiel walks away. What are you doing, Finch?
I don't know what I was doing when he found me. Let's say I was in the prayer room, deciding today to work on some of the tenets that I said I would eventually get around to. For Kashotan being the goddess of forgiveness.
He catches you mid shop work, and then it's just sort of, oh yeah, I haven't checked my backpack in a couple of days. I mean, I haven't needed to, but it does contain, or it should contain, a very powerful Ronin artifact.
Just sitting there freeballing it.
Yeah.
Oh well. I'll let the whole day go by, and then when I go back to my quarters, I'll check my bag.
Yeah, no worries. And if nobody else wants to do anything on day 3, we roll around.
No, not the goddess of forgiveness, the goddess of redemption. That's right, the goddess of redemption. Bitch, forgiveness. Kashotan says forgiveness is fucking balls. Kashotan says revenge is ass. But you know what you get when you combine revenge and forgiveness? You get redemption, bitch. That's what Kashotan is all about.
That's right.
And I've written this song to tell you all about it.
Oh, God, youth pastor vibes.
Yep.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner, roll around. No real concern. Day goes by, and then sort of as everyone's heading off back to their own quarters to end sort of the third day, sort of with the anticipation that with tomorrow will bring about the arrival at the place you guys want to be. At the very least, close to it by the end of the next day. Whether or not you guys are stopping beforehand or flying directly to the village or the town, that's something that can be discussed tomorrow.
Mm.
But with that all said, at the very least, Finch, you head back to the quarters and do what you want to do.
I mean, yeah, I'll just have a quick peruse through my bag.
Yeah. And the quick peruse through your bag, pulling it through, everything's still the same except for the fact that the deck of many things isn't there.
Is it just sort of loose in there?
It's just not there at all.
Oh, it isn't there.
It's not there.
Oh, excellent. Alright, all looks in order then. And I go to sleep.
No worries. Sia, you are violently woken awake as you feel yourself being pulled out of bed by a very firm, hard, rough, wood-like tentacle. And as you sort of get up and awake, the tentacle merges back into the ship. You have been warned.
Hang on 1 second.
You have been warned.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry.
Yep. You're violently pulled out of bed awake by the ship coming alive. And the only thing that sort of brings to mind is that the ship has just warned you that another ship is nearby. And also the fact that the ship moved part of itself on its own.
Creepy aside, I'm gonna wake people up and then immediately head down to kind of talk to
Yeah. You start waking the rest of everybody up. The eyes of Wessel kick back into sort of a bright red that sort of illuminates the room a bit, like a danger alarm. And he sort of flings back the glaive and sort of heads up to the deck. Finch and Ezekiel, you are awaken.
Yeah. Awaken.
I
I
have
am
awakened.
very confused what is woken us up. What is going on?
I think the ship can sense that there is another ship or another soul, whatever that may be made into, is nearby.
I run up to the deck to see what we can see.
Yeah. You run up to the deck. Finch, you get woken up. Unless you wanted to also... Beck to just quickly repeat the same thing.
No, I mean, I guess I'll head up to the deck as well, just to... I mean, can you detect the ship like specifically where it is, or do you just know there's something close and you need manual manual spotters
Don't know that
when
yet.
it's within that range?
It just woke me up, so I'm gonna go down and check and see if it can provide more.
Okay, well, actually, I'll go with you then. That way you can tell me whether or not I need to
Go back to bed or
keep
not.
an eye out. Well, go back to bed or go up to the deck and use my superior vision to see what the hell is going on.
Yeah, I got a pair of binoculars in these babies. All right. Everyone goes about to do their own thing. Ezekiel, when you get up onto the top deck, sort of just following up from behind Ezekiel, who is so fast. Like, Wessel was a bit fast before,
Yeah.
but now he's just that bit faster, and it's sort of just further upon like his changement. And then as sort of you get up there, you see that the human has thrown off the side of the board of the deck some of his kids. He's just throwing them over the
Jesus.
edge.
I run over to that edge to just see the kids and see what happens to them.
You can hear the faint.
I see them. What are you doing?
Oh, don't worry about it.
What are you?
So yeah, you get to the control ship. You sort of merge with your mind with the ship, and the ship immediately goes. I hear a brother nearby.
Are you able to tell how close they are?
He is above us. I have let him know that you are to be trusted and that you are to be kept safe by any means necessary.
Thank you for your thoughts. Do you recognize if it's the same as before, the same sibling?
It is a different brother, not the same.
Thank you. And so it's a different sibling, Finch, and they're above us. What do you think we should do?
Well, do you know how far away?
He didn't say how far.
If they're above us, maybe we should see if we can find somewhere to stay out of sight. We are in a mountainous region. There probably is somewhere we can idle for a bit. I'll go and have a look, and I'll run up to the deck and see if I can both find somewhere that might be good for the ship to kind of just cling to, a la Slave 1 in Attack of the Clones, or if I can spot this ship manually.
Yeah.
I'm not going to rely on my naked sight. I will ask someone on the deck if I can borrow a like a spyglass.
Yeah. The issue when you get out there to look around, and when you get up on the deck, some of the crew surprisingly are already up and about, and the lights on the deck are being put out to sort of cloak with the darkness. The thing is that it's, besides the running and the hushed orders being spread out amongst everybody, is a sort of general quietness. But even up here in the air, there would be additional noise. And as you sort of look up to ascertain where this ship might be, you look up and there is an immediate notice that the ship is very close. You can see the difference in that there are stars, and then there are no stars, and then there are stars again.
How big's the ship?
Looking at it and seeing it come towards you in such a downward, horizontal fashion, that by the time it reached side by side, you get the general gist that the ship is twice the size of yours.
Fucking hell. Yeah, it's fucked up.
What do you want to do about that?
Sorry, I was just fixing my lips. What the fuck?
I would like to find whoever is closest that can fight. Will not open. Not going to be like just in case we are boarded or any sort of military might comes to us. I want to get ready for it.
Yep. None of the crew can fight.
Alright, then I stand ready.
I want to try and look for this like a space we might be able to have the ship kind of evade the other ship above us. Like, I know it's big and I know it's like not very far away, but I don't know, just looking at the map, it looks like we definitely could find a way to lose them, or at least put them in a really bad position that we could exploit.
Yeah. All right. Roll a perception check, please.
Finally, a roll above 10.
Alright, let's put my
I'm
speaker
going
on.
to spend a shrewd investigator point here. That is going to make it 36.
All right. With the 36 scouting out over the sort of just even in the dark, you look, scan over, and then just your eyes just lend weight to your vision without seeing into the future. It just allows you to see that much clearer, and you're able to ascertain that if the ship dives down fast and then goes along a select route that you can sort of see straightly somehow, that there is a crevice close by, at least in regards to what the map says, that the ship could hide in.
All right. Whoever is steering the ship, I mean, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna tell them what the plan is to get them into a position where we can get away.
You're gonna have to tell Sia, and then Sia's gonna have to tell the ship.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'll run back down to where Sia is.
So what's up there?
There's a really big ship above us, but as far as we can see, it might not have spotted us yet. I did spot us a spot where we can maybe fly the ship down quietly and wait for it to pass by, but I'll keep an eye on the situation, and I'll sort of... how would I coordinate with her where that is, with her being in here?
Using I will continue that total roll into this scenario based upon sort of the map that you have, what you have been able to physically see, a quick scan through all the paperwork within the office that Sia is still going through, shows a couple more detailed or in-depth maps of this area, and you're able to be like, if we do this, we'll get to the spot where we need and hopefully unseen.
All right. I will do that and then head back up and
The situation.
yeah, just keep an eye on everything. Kind of be the go-between.
All right. Sia, you're gonna have to tell the ship what you want. Also, I think you
Trying
need to.
to coax it to go into that hiding spot. But before Finch runs off, I will advise that if this one has a soul, it would be good to keep track of what it looks like, if at all possible. Purely because I personally need to chase up on it, possibly at another time. So any details he can get with what it looks like would help.
What the ship looks like.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll get you to roll for me a new perception check as the ship starts to take a quick dive. Most of the lighting, if not all, has now been extinguished, and the ship is now flying in the dark. The only illumination really by the half moon at the moment on this sort of cloudless sky. Sia, can you do for me a performance check for the ship? And I'll give you to use not your own modifier, but a +4.
Okay. Would that still be advantage?
I think you have a just close enough relationship with the ship that I will give you that you are allowed that advantage.
15.
All right. And then Finch, what was your perception check?
Like, I'm doing a new one.
You were doing a new one, yeah.
Okay, perception check here. Yeesh. All right, get me this. Oh, fuck you. Oh, wow, bro. These Evan rolls.
Yeah.
26.
Yeah. Fuck. All right. The ship dives down, and from the top of the deck, Finch, you can see that it is following the path that was set out. Noticing that at least with Sia and the ship are moving, no issues. The large ship above you, this behemoth, is still floating down, coming down at a pace that hasn't changed. You don't think it's seen you yet. And it's sort of as the ship's going down and then turning around, you see that sort of when reaching ground level, that there is a large clearing there with a makeshift sort of airport already constructed there. In regards to the big ship, from what you can see from the light as the ship sort of dives down and around, and you get a better look up at it, you can see that this ship, unlike yours, which is mainly just a storage transport ship, that this behemoth has got weapons on it. Sticking out of at least 40 ports on the left-hand side of the ship that you can see are 40 ballista turrets, which would contain a crew of who knows how many. But during this drive and diff before it slips through a couple of stark cast peaks, there is no deviation from that ship's sinking flight path. And by the time the ship gets to this hidden, unnatural docking area, there are sounds of bells and horns being blown that sort of emanate from where that docking station is, likely signaling that the behemoth ship has landed. Right now, you guys are, as far as we're aware of, you're safe. The ship's coloring is a match, from what you can tell from the limelight, streaks of like golden yellow with blemishes of like a deep, oily purple.
That's pretty cool. I still stay defended. I don't like show that I'm fucking gonna attack anyone, but like, yeah, I'm pretty bewildered by the size and the military might of this machine, the ship.
Wessel goes, so what do we do? Do we just hide here until it fucks off, or what?
Well, fuck is that? I would say that is the plan while we're undercrewed and they appear to be in a better position for fighting. We'll have to see.
Mm.
We won't know anything till tomorrow, then, I guess. I'll keep watch on deck. I'll let anybody know if anything happens.
All right. Make sure no one brings any light up here.
All right. It'll be dark. No light whatsoever. Can't risk it.
Right. And I guess I'll head back down and I'll tell Sia what's going on, and then I guess go back to my quarters.
All right.
Thea's gonna stay up with watch as well and sleep enough for a long rest.
Sounds good.
But she's gonna try and see if she could study the ship from this distance, any little bit of information during.
Unfortunately, from where you are, you're essentially just out of view from where the ground level would be. Parts of the cast mountain sort of cut it off. So if you wanted to, have a gaze from a distance, a bit far as it is, you'd have to get out and go a distance before you can see it properly.
Well, I'll sleep on deck then. Wessel will be able to wake me up quickly.
That he could. And Mr. Ezekiel, how about you, brother?
Yeah. Why is my mic? There we go. I would say, yeah, just staying cautious, dude. Honestly, and with the small amount of crew that we have, just kind of not defensive of them, but just kind of like, I guess, yeah, being cautious around them.
All right. And with that, people taking guard, heading to bed to get rest. We'll end today's session.
Damn, it's probably one of the longest games in a while. It was good, man.
Thank you.